Oh, hello, ASAP Betty. Welcome. How's the sound? Everything sound good? Hey, Cortita! Can you hear me, I say? Sounds good? Okay, good. The background music's not too loud for you? Alright. Hey, ASAP, have you seen me do story time before? I'm working on a little something here and trying to... You gotta bear with me because, background music's fine, good. Yeah, so I'm trying to do something I haven't really done before. I'm trying to make this more interactive. Carlos says hi. So that it's a little more intuitive. I'm going to be going on an adventure with Opie, the AI version, and we're gonna go throughout the city, as you can see here. I've got, we've got all of Los Santos to explore, and we can go anywhere here. And we're gonna just kind of let the story flow. So, like, everything in here is gonna be improv. There's no planning. I don't have anything set up ahead of time. I have a few different, like, music tracks that I can play in the background and sound effects, things like that. Other than that, though, it's just going to be freestyle, and we just kind of go with it, and we see how the AI responds. I've trained this AI really well. It's almost pretty much is frickin' Opie. No, this isn't... I don't plan things ever, so it's all improv, ASAP. I will take bits and pieces of ideas and put them together into some sort of cohesive storyline if, I can within the GTA roleplay. But for this specific scenario of what we're doing here, imagine it like a D&D campaign, like Dungeons & Dragons, only it's going to have you guys from the chat involved. I'll be there, and Opie McGruff, the AI agent, will be taking us on the adventure today. So we're just going to start very simple here and ask Opie what he's doing and if he wants to go on an adventure. So, also, we have, you can see the two little icons there, the little sheep. We'll say the yellow one is Opie and the white one is me. If any of you guys want to join, we'll have like red, green, purple, pink. They can join the party. But for now, it's just going to be Opie and Devil Sheep. And as you can see where we are at the moment, this is the bridge. Opie's tent is underneath here. So, like... his tent is, like, right here, under the bridge. So... Okay, give me a second to blow my nose, and then we'll just get started here. I always get very stuffy in the morning in here. I don't know, maybe it's a dog fur or something. Anyways, here, let's call Opie and see, get on the line with him.
Just chilling out under my overpass with a sixer of Natty Light in my pipe. How you doing? Oh, hell yeah. An adventure sounds like a good way to spend the day. Let's get everyone together and see who's down. Got any ideas on what kind of trouble we could get into?
Well, that's up to you, Opie. Why don't you decide what kind of shenanigans we get in today? Maybe we can include some of my chat. What do you think?
Sure, the more the merrier. We could go down to the beach and see if there's any idiots we could mess with, or maybe just hang at the overpass and make fun of the normies. I'm up for anything.
All right, I like the idea of going to the beach. First things first, though, we're going to need some sort of vehicle or a way to get there. Do you have any ideas?
Good point. We could try to beg for a ride from one of those, suckers in the fancy cars down on the strip, or we could just steal a car. You got a preference?
Just then I notice a car across the street that looks like it might be unlocked.
Oh, sweet. You got a knack for spotting good targets, my friend. Let's check it out.
Sounds good. I approach the car and open the door. It's unlocked. Get in, Opie. Let's go.
Opie follows close behind you and hops inside the car. Damn, jackpot! Car's unlocked and the keys are right there in the ignition. Looks like we've got ourselves a ride.
All right, Opie. Let's head to the beach. I'll drive.
That's the plan. Let's roll. Opie gets comfortable in the passenger seat while you get behind the wheel.
All right, we continue down the boulevard, heading towards the beach. Oh, as I drive past, I see a cop car parked there. I hope he doesn't pull us over.
Opie eyes the cop car warily as you drive by. No worries, I got this. Let me handle the talking if they pull us over. I have a way with words.
All right, the cops don't seem to have any attention on us. They're busy with other things at the moment. So we continue heading towards the beach.
Opie relaxes a bit as the cop car fades out of sight. Good, we're in the clear for now. Let's enjoy the beach. There's bound to be some interesting characters down there.
Right you are. Perhaps we could rip off some of those jarheads or roid monkeys.
Opie grins wickedly at the thought. Hell yeah, I'm down for that. Those jarheads and roid monkeys are always strutting around like they own the place. Let's knock them down a peg or two.
Okay, we pull up to the beach. We're just at the skate park right now. And we're about to get out of the vehicle when we see a drug dealer standing on the corner.
Opie's eyes go wide. Hey, look at that. A drug dealer just begging to be robbed.
Okay, the drug dealer will be represented by the red sheep. Ignore that, what I just said, Opie.
Lol. Opie follows you eyes toward the red sheep. Drug dealer, huh? Looks like an easy target. Let's go teach him a lesson.
Okay, I gotta remember that I have to mute my microphone to Opie when I talk to you guys or out of character because he'll get confused. So, thank you for the 3 months, W Sheep W Community, Jedi Dragonborn, awesome. ASAP Benny, welcome to the sheeple! Haha! Alright, the drug dealer happens to be named Audrey! Hey, wait a minute, Opie. I think I know that drug dealer. That's the famous Audrey Chicharron. She sells only the finest crack rocks. Let's go and approach her.
Opie stops in his tracks, surprised to see Audrey. Wait, that's Audrey? Damn, she's a sight for sore eyes. Let's go chat her up.
All right, so the gang approaches Audrey. She's sitting there looking like she's ready to sell some drugs. What do you say to her, Opie?
Opie approaches Audrey with a sly grin. Hey there, sweet thing. You're looking like a snack. You got anything I can buy from you?
Audrey smiles and opens her coat, revealing all kinds of drugs, different bag sizes, everything you could ever want. She says, you want the cheap stuff or the good stuff? Chicharron!
Opie whistles, impressed by her selection. Damn, you sure do have a lot of choice. Let's go for the good stuff today, Aud. I want to treat myself.
All right, Audrey pulls out a bag of her finest crystal, flicks it into the air a few times with her finger to show that the bag is nice and full, and then says, how much money you got?
Opie pats himself down, checking his pockets for cash. Let's see. I got $40 on me. How much will that get me?
$40? I wouldn't let you lick my snatch or inhale my farts for that, Audrey says.
Opie's face falls. Damn, that's rough. Can't a guy get a discount for being so charming?
Audrey looks unimpressed. She looks over at Devil Sheep. How much money do you have, Devil? Devil replies, nothing. It's all on Opie. Opie, how are we going to get more money so we can get this drugs off Audrey? Do you have any ideas?
Opie frowns, racking his brain for ideas. Not much I can think of off the top of my head. We could go rob someone, I guess.
I got a wild idea. Why don't we just rob Audrey? I say with an evil grin. Ooh, he's thinking hard about this.
Opie's eyes light up with excitement. Now that's a damn good idea. I always knew you were a smart one, Sheep. Let's do it!
All right, the group lunges towards Audrey, but Audrey was ready the whole time.
Opie and the group charge towards Audrey, but Audrey is surprisingly quick and nimble. She pulls out a knife and holds it to Opie's throat.
All right, so I haven't explained the coin flip mechanic yet here. The coin flip is always the same. Heads you win, tails you fail, right? So what I was flipping the coin for was Audrey's response to see if she was able to defend off the robbery or not. However, she failed. Opie said she pulled out a knife, but I'm going to say that she fumbles it to the ground because she failed the coin flip. Audrey goes for her knife, but fumbles it and drops it onto the ground. She looks panicked.
Opie kicks the knife aside, grinning wildly. Looks like you're not so tough after all, are ya, Odd?
Audrey raises her hands in the air and says, listen, I got a deal to make. Hear me out.
Opie leans in, listening intently. A deal, you say? I'm all ears.
Audrey explains how there's an easy lick on the other side of town, near the oil refineries. There's a man with a truck there who she usually buys her drugs from. She tells you that she can lead you there, and you can rob the guy as long as you split the proceeds with her 50%.
Opie considers the offer, weighing the risks and rewards. Sounds like a good opportunity. And we get to spend more time with you, Odd? That's not so bad. I'm in if the rest of the group is on board too.
Well, it looks like Opie's somewhat smitten with Audrey. Interesting development, if true. So Audrey, let's see. Audrey decides to get into the car with the group, and now the three of them are heading towards the city to make their way across to the oil fields where they can proceed to do their lick.
Opie, Audrey, and Devil Sheep all pack into the car. The ride to the oil fields is short and silent, the tension palpable as they anticipate the robbery. When they arrive at the oil fields, they spot a truck parked there, and a man loading crates of merchandise into the back.
They're still driving on the road, actually. They haven't gotten there yet. They're making their way through the city.
The gang continues driving, navigating the busy streets of the city. Opie, Audrey, and Devil Sheep keep their eyes peeled for any potential targets, but they don't see anyone worth robbing yet.
Audrey looks out the window and smiles. I know this neighborhood, she says, as Devil Sheep looks over. It's a crack-infested shithole. However, it looks like Opie knows this area well.
Opie raises an eyebrow, eyeing the rundown neighborhood. You sure this is a good place to be, Odd? Looks like trouble waiting to happen.
All right, the group continues down the road, heading towards the opposite side of town, when they see an oncoming car. It's swerving back and forth. The driver appears to be drunk. Just as they cross the bridge near the aqueduct, The car slams on its brakes right in front of the group, forcing them to stop and be barricaded on the bridge.
The gang comes to an abrupt halt as the drunk driver swerves in front of them, cutting off their path. Opie grits his teeth in frustration, eyeing the driver through the windshield.
All right, a drunk guy gets out of his vehicle and approaches the vehicle that everyone else is in.
The drunk man staggers up to the car, leaning against it for support. He looks like he's barely able to stay upright, his breath reeking of alcohol as he approaches.
I roll down the window, look up at him, and say, "What do you want, dude? What's your problem?" Audrey looks concerned. Oh, by the way, Audrey, you're going to be pink from now on.
The drunk man slurs his words as he tries to speak, clearly very intoxicated. I don't know, man. Just felt like stopping here. What's your issue?
I tell Opie, if we have to rob this guy, let's do it. Let's jump out of the car and rob him right now. You got your trusty fucking weapon, right, Opie? What's your favorite weapon again?
Opie grins, a glint in his eyes. My favorite weapon? Gotta be this broken bottle here. It's done me good for years, and it's got a nice jagged edge that'll do some damage.
I love you, Opie. You're so fucking crazily close to how Opie it really is. Okay, let's jump out and rob this drunk piece of shit. Audrey, stay in the car, I exclaim.
Opie nods, grabbing his broken bottle tightly in his hand. He's ready for some action. All right, let's do this.
All right, Opie and Devil Sheep both grab the man, accost him, throw him to the ground, and start digging through his pockets. Opie holds his bottle up to the man's throat and says...
Opie holds the man down, pressing the broken bottle against his throat. He leans in close, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Empty your pockets, buddy, and do it fast.
All right, the man empties his pockets. There's nothing but lint, a pack of half-eaten Rolaids, and 25 cents in dimes and a nickel. What do you do, Opie?
Opie scoffs in disappointment as he looks through the man's meager belongings. He shakes his head, annoyed by the lack of worthwhile plunder. Damn, that's all he's got? I was hoping for something more valuable.
Let's throw his ass off the overpass, Opie. What do you say?
Opie grins, liking the sound of that. All right, let's do it.
Fucking Opie was having a fucking stroke there. Okay. Opie and Devil Sheep hold the drunk guy off of the edge of the overpass, upside down. Devil Sheep says, "If you have any hidden money, you better give it to us now. We're gonna drop you on your head, homeboy."
Opie sneers at the drunk man, waving the broken bottle in his face. You've got 3 seconds to give us anything else you're hiding. This ain't gonna end well for you, buddy.
The man, shaken clearly, says, "That's all I have, I swear. Please don't kill me. I have a wife and kids. And a mistress."
Opie chuckles, not taking the man's pleas seriously. Oh, you have a wife and kids, huh? Sure, buddy. And I bet they're all waiting with bated breath to hear how you spent the rent money getting pissed drunk.
Devil Sheep laughs heartily and then lets go of the man's ankles. Now Opie's the only one holding the man up, but Opie's barely strong enough to do it. Does Opie let go or not?
Opie considers for a moment. He's not a cruel man, but this guy is pissing him off, begging for mercy when he's clearly in the wrong. Opie's grip on the man's ankles starts to loosen, but then he hesitates. The man's pleas are getting to him. despite his better judgment.
Opie does have a heart of gold after all. Very well. Devil Sheep grabs the drunk guy, and between him and Opie, they pull him back up onto the freeway and let him go with a warning. Then they get back into their vehicle and drive away.
Opie sighs heavily as they drive away, feeling conflicted. He didn't get to use his broken bottle, which was a disappointment, but he didn't have the stomach to kill a man who was clearly drunk and in the wrong. He looks out the window, lost in thought.
The group continues up the road as they head towards the oil fields. Both both Opie and Devil Sheep are excited at the prospect of making some money off of this lick.
Opie and Devil Sheep are both buzzing with excitement as they continue towards the oil fields. The thought of making easy money off this unknown dealer has them both energized and focused on the upcoming job.
All right, as the group comes off of the freeway and heads up a dirt road, they notice oil workers and other people in a construction-type site. They make their way up. Audrey, where do we go from here? Opie looks back at Audrey, and Audrey says,
Opie turns to Audrey, curious to hear her instructions. All right, Aud, we're here. Where do we go from here?
Audrey looks back at Opie and says, it's just up ahead here. You're going to have to turn right. But let's get out of the car and walk up. We don't want to draw too much attention.
Opie nods in agreement. All right, let's do it. We don't want to attract any unwanted attention. Everyone get out of the car. We'll walk from here.
All right, 1 second here. Audrey, you're going to be the pink sheep now. So give me a minute here. All right, Opie's yellow, I'm white, and Audrey's pink. So let's see here. The group get out of the vehicle and make their way down a dirt road towards a shipping container looking area where they load the oil onto trucks. There's a man there standing with a massive mustache and a cowboy hat on. He looks like Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite. Audrey instantly notices him and starts to walk over to him. He'll be green.
Opie glances at the man, noticing his impressive mustache and cowboy hat. He raises an eyebrow, wondering who he is. He whispers to Devil Sheep, "Who's that guy, Aud's drug dealer?"
All right, Audrey approaches the man and whispers something into his ear as Opie and Devil Sheep approach from behind. Audrey approaches the man and whispers something in his ear as Opie and Devil Sheep trail behind.
Opie and Devil Sheep follow a short distance behind Audrey, trying not to look too conspicuous. They can't hear what she's saying to the man, but they can see her whispering something in his ear.
Both Audrey and the man look over at the two of us. Then the man draws a gun and points it at Opie.
Opie's eyes go wide as the man suddenly pulls out a gun and points it at him. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the heck? What the hell, man?
Devil Sheep looks concerned, puts his hands in the air and says, Opie, I think she set us up. I knew we couldn't trust Audrey, that bitch.
Opie's face darkens as the realization sinks in. Damn it, she set us up! I should have known better than to trust her.
What are we gonna do now, Opie?
Opie looks around, sizing up the situation. The man is still pointing the gun at them, and they're outnumbered. Damn it! We're in a tough spot here. I'm not sure what we can do, Sheep. Any ideas?
I reach into my pocket, scrambling, looking for a weapon of some sort. I come up with nothing. I look over at Opie. I say, let's fucking run, buddy! Let's get out of here!
Opie nods, seeing that escape might be their only option. Alright, let's make a run for it. We'll have to be fast. On the count of 3, we make a break for it.
Alright, the group runs back to the car, gets in. Opie hops in on the passenger side, and Devil Sheep... No, I said Devil Sheep... For fuck's sake. Devil Sheep gets in the driver's seat, and they both hop into the car.
Opie and Devil Sheep quickly jump into the car and slam the doors shut. Opie leans over, yelling at Devil Sheep, "Hurry! Start the car and get us out of here!"
Devil Sheep tries to start the car, but it won't start. The engine won't turn over. Just then, Audrey and the man who, with the big mustache, he keeps running towards the car with his weapon drawn.
Opie curses under his breath as the car refuses to start. Damn it, why won't it start? We gotta do something, Sheep. They're getting closer.
Devil Sheep tries one more time to see if he can get the car to start. However, it doesn't start again.
Opie is getting frustrated. Time is running out and they're sitting ducks in a disabled car. Come on, Sheep! Come on! Get the damn thing started.
It's too late as Devil Sheep tries to turn over the engine one more time and it stalls out. The man with the mustache and Audrey rip the door open, pulling Devil Sheep out and onto the ground. Ooh, he's thinking hard on this one. Oh, hang on. Opie, what are we gonna do?
Opie's mind races as he tries to think of a way out of this mess. Damn it, I don't know! We're outnumbered and we can't even get the car to start. We're screwed.
Devil Sheep pleads for his life. Please don't shoot me! As Opie gets out of the car and tries to sweet talk the man with the big mustache. Audrey, listen, you know me. Don't hurt us, says Devil Sheep.
Opie slowly gets out of the car, hands raised in surrender. He tries reasoning with the man, his voice calm but tense. Hey, buddy, we ain't looking for any trouble. Let's all just take it easy here, all right?
The man looks with a stern look at Opie and points his gun at him and says, "Did you come to rob me, S.A.? Well, guess what? Now, I'm gonna rob you."
Opie swallows hard, his heart pounding. He tries to keep his cool and reason with the man. Whoa, buddy, let's just hold on a minute, huh? We weren't here to rob you, I swear. Can we talk about this?
The man says, "Very well. Let's hear what you have to say."
Opie takes a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves as he speaks. Look, man, we didn't come here to rob you. We were just talking with that woman, Audrey. We didn't know she had a deal set up with you. We don't mean any harm, I swear.
Sorry, this Firefox is having issues. There we go.
Opie waits in suspense as the man considers his words.
The man looks over at Opie and he says, "Fine, I have a job for you. I could use a little bit of bitch work. If you pull this off, then I'll let you live. He looks over at Audrey and he says, I want you to keep an eye on them while they complete the task.
Opie nods, relieved for the chance to stay alive. He looks over at Devil Sheep, then back at the man. All right, we'll do it. What do you need us to do?
The man looks at Opie and Devil Sheep and says, I have a contact. He's at the casino. I need you to go and give him this message. Don't talk to anyone else, and don't show this message to anyone except for the man you need to talk to. His name...
Opie listens intently, nodding. All right, got it. What's the message we need to give him? And who's the guy we're looking for at the casino?
He goes by the tag name of Just Looking. Sometimes he likes to wear eagle-colored clothes, eagle shirt.
Opie nods, mentally noting the details. Eagle-colored eagle shirt, got it. What about this message we're supposed to give him?
Devil Sheep looks down at the message, and it seems to be on a secured thumb drive. You have no idea what's actually on it.
Opie glances at the thumb drive, wondering what could be on it. So you want us to give him this thumb drive, huh? Anything else we need to know?
The man looks both at you guys sternly and he says, there's nothing more. Drop him off the message, return to me. Audrey will make sure that you do not deviate from the plan. After that, we'll set you free. You won't have to worry about it. Otherwise, I'm going to have Audrey here stab you.
Opie looks over at Audrey, who gives them a cold stare. He turns back to the man. All right, we'll do it. No detours. We'll give him the message and come straight back. You have my word.
The group gets into the car. Audrey, Devil Sheep, and Opie all pack into the car as the man walks away and continues doing whatever tasks he was doing before you showed up.
With the situation settled, the group packs into the car. Opie and Devil Sheep in the front, Audrey in the back. Opie glances back at her, feeling a mix of unease and anticipation. He can't help but wonder what she's thinking and what her true intentions are.
All right, the group heads towards the casino so that they can make a deal with Just Looking, who happens to be the contact on the other side. Driving along a dirt road, they almost hit a coyote, but passed by without any intent.
The group continues on the dirt road towards the casino when suddenly a coyote appears in their path. Opie's heart races as the car swerves to avoid hitting the animal, narrowly missing it.
The group continues up the freeway on their way to make it to where they need to go at the Diamond Casino Resort and Hotel.
The group drives on, focused on their mission. As they approach the Diamond Casino Resort, the grand structure looms on the horizon. The bright lights and busy activity indicate that they've reached their destination.
All right, the group gets out of the vehicle and enters the casino to try to find Just Looking, the contact.
Opie, Devil Sheep, and Audrey make their way to the casino, looking around for Just Looking. The place is buzzing with activity, filled with people trying their luck with bets, drinks, and high stakes. The trio sticks together, scanning the crowd for their contact.
All right, approaching the wheel of fortune. Instead of spinning it, they look over and they see a man that looks like he's wearing an eagle shirt. He matches the description. What do you want to do, Opie?
Opie spots the man with the eagle shirt and nudges Devil Sheep, subtly gesturing towards him. They exchange a look, recognizing their target. He whispers to Devil Sheep, "There, that's gotta be him. Let's approach him and keep it cool."
The group approaches the man wearing the eagle shirt named just looking. Opie says,
Opie makes eye contact with Just Looking. Excuse me, are you just looking?
he says, looking at what? And then scoffs and laughs.
Opie forces a friendly smile. Oh, nothing. Just checking if you're the one I'm looking for.
The man dressed with the eagle shirt, named Just Looking, looks to the left, then to the right, and he says, follow me around to the back in the racetrack. I have something that I need to collect from you.
Opie nods, understanding the code. All right, lead the way. Opie follows him, with Devil Sheep and Audrey trailing behind.
All right, the group goes around. They head around to the back of the building. They're now in the bleachers of the racetrack. Just Looking looks over at him expectantly and says, do you have the item?
Opie looks back at him. Yeah, I've got it. Right here. Opie holds up the thumb drive.
Just Looking snatches up the thumb drive and scours over it with his eyes, quickly puts it in his pockets and says, thank you. Now, be on your way. Go return this message for me. And he hands you a piece of paper.
Opie nods, accepting the piece of paper. All right, I got it. We'll deliver the message and be back in no time.
All right, the group takes the message and heads back to the car as the man disappears into the crowd.
The group quickly exits the casino and heads back to the car. Opie's on edge, clutching the message in his hand.
All right, the group gets back to the car. They get inside and they start heading back towards the oil refinery area.
The car pulls away from the casino, heading towards the oil refinery. Opie glances at the message, wondering what they're about to get themselves into.
All right, the group continues down the highway when out of nowhere, some bikers pull up and cut them off from a local biker gang hideout. The car comes to a screeching halt.
Opie tenses up as a group of bikers appear, cutting them off suddenly. He grabs the broken bottle, ready for a fight.
Grab the car, fucker. Okay, so the red car represents the motorcycle. All right, the group stops in the car looking out the window as a group of bikers come out of their compound and surround the vehicle.
Opie and Devil Sheep look out the window, noticing the bikers circling the car. The tension in the air is palpable.
The bikers pull Devil Sheep out of the car and say, you have a thumb drive. We want it. Give it to us now.
One of the bikers reaches into the car and roughly grabs Devil Sheep, pulling him out. The rest of the gang follows, surrounding the car with hostile stances.
Sorry, I forgot to change the ambient background. I'm still getting used to this. Give me some time here, guys. Okay, so the gang gets out of the car and Opie says, we already delivered the thumb drive to a guy named Just Looking.
Opie steps out of the car, trying to keep things calm. We already delivered the thumb drive to that guy Just Looking. We don't have anything else for you.
Oh, it's a pain in the ass. Give me a minute here.
Opie waits for a moment, hoping the bikers will back off.
All right, the bikers look disappointed at the news that Opie had just given them. They draw their weapons and surround the group.
The bikers draw their weapons and encircling the group. Opie's heartbeat quickens, and he grips the broken bottle tighter.
Opie manages to sweet talk his way out of this situation.
Opie talks fast, trying to defuse the situation. Hey guys, there's no need for this. We don't have anything else of value. We just delivered the drive, and we're on our way.
The bikers don't look impressed with that pathetic display of sweet talking. Perhaps Opie could do a better job.
Opie tries another approach, speaking calmly and confidently. Listen, fellas, we don't want any trouble. Just let us go, and we won't cause any trouble for you either.
The bikers look unimpressed. The lead biker comes up to the group. He's wearing green, and he says, "Give us all your money and your car, or we're going to kill you right now."
Opie swallows, realizing the situation is getting more serious. All right, let's just all calm down here. We'll hand over our money and the car. No need for violence.
All right, the bikers accept your proposal. They dig through your pockets. They find barely any money. Unfortunately, they rob Audrey for all of the drugs that she's carrying. And then they go through the car. Realizing it's a piece of shit, they decide to let you keep the car. They send you on your way.
Relief washes over Opie as the bikers search through their pockets and leave with the drugs. The group gets back into the car and drives off.
The rest of the bikers go back into their compound and leave the group alone for now.
Opie sighs with relief as they drive away from the scene. He looks back in the rearview mirror, seeing the bikers disappearing into their compound.
The group continues onward towards the oil pumps to complete the mission they had started earlier.
Opie keeps driving, focused on reaching their destination.
It's a long drive down the highway. The group says nothing to each other, realizing that the predicament that they're in. How are they going to tell the man with the giant mustache and the hat what happened? Is Audrey even going to be able to get away with this now that she's lost the drugs that she was carrying that probably belonged to the man with the hat?
Opie grapples with these thoughts as they continue their drive. He glances at Audrey, noticing her agitation. The group remains silent, contemplating the situation and the uncertain outcome.
Devil Sheep looks out the window and says nothing.
Silence fills the car as Devil Sheep stares out the window, lost in his thoughts. Opie occasionally glances at Audrey, who stares ahead with a worried expression. The tension in the air is palpable.
Just then, the group arrives at a dirt road and starts driving up towards where they first met their contact, who gave them the thumb drive. As the group pulls up and gets out of the car, the man approaches them.
The man with the giant mustache and the hat walks over to them. Opie notices that his facial expression is stern and serious.
All right. So, Opie, Audrey, and Devil Sheep hop out of the car. And
Opie, Devil
head
Sheep,
towards
and
the man.
Audrey, step out of the car.
Oh, I hate Firefox. The tab keeps crashing!
Opie and the others wait patiently, uncertain about their situation.
All right, as the group approaches the man, he can tell that something went wrong. Audrey rushes up ahead and talks to him before the rest get close enough.
Audrey hurries up to the man, talking to him in hushed tones. Opie and Devil Sheep wait a short distance away.
Why does the fucking background tab keep freezing? I hate Firefox. 1 second here.
Opie and Devil Sheep wait, intrigued by the tense encounter between Audrey and their contact.
All right, Audrey whispers something into the man's ear, and he appears clearly... Audrey approaches the man and whispers something in his ear. He clearly appears frustrated and upset. He says something to Audrey, but you can't quite make it out. Clearly, it looks like he's chewing her out. Audrey returns to the group and says, "We really fucked up. We owe money to the mafia, and we have to do something about this."
Opie's eyes widen as
Hey,
he hears Audrey's words. Wait, what? The Mafia? How much do we owe them?
Audrey looks down and puts her head low and says, "Over $10,000. I don't even know how we're going to make this money now. Opie, do you have any ideas?"
Opie's mind races, trying to come up with a solution. 10,000? That's a lot of money. We need to find a way to come up with that kind of cash quickly, or things could get ugly.
Devil Sheep looks over at Opie and says, "Why don't we pull a good old-fashioned scam? What do you think? You got any ideas?"
Opie nods, mulling it over. A scam, huh? It could work if played right. You've got me interested. What did you have in mind?
Why don't we get your best friend over here who can help us, and then maybe we'll use Audrey as a honeypot to try to lure in some lonely suckers, and then we'll rob them.
Opie's eyes gleam with excitement. He grins. I like the way you think, Devil Sheep. That's not a bad idea. I can think of a few people we can get involved, and Audrey can definitely work her magic as a honeypot.
We only need one more helper. Do you have anybody you would like to suggest?
Opie rubs his chin thoughtfully, then snaps his fingers. Yeah, there's someone I know who could help us out. He's a bit of a wild card, but he's good at what he does, and he owes me one for saving his ass a while back.
All right, who is it? I'm curious.
Opie grins. His name's Snake Eyes. Tough guy, but he's a damn good con artist and can handle himself in a fight. He's got connections too. I'll reach out to him, see if he's up for it.
I don't know about Snake Eyes. I don't really trust him. Is there anyone else you can think of? Maybe like if you have a best friend or something that could join us? Somebody you actually trust?
Opie strokes his beard, mulling it over. I do have a close friend I could ask. He's reliable, loyal, and he owes me a favor. His name's Buck. I trust him implicitly. I'll see if I can get him on board.
Fucking Buck? What about Dirty Mike, asshole? Nobody said Buck. Come on, are you fucking kidding?
Opie raises an eyebrow, surprised. Dirty Mike? You want him to join us? Are you serious? Yeah,
Okay, Opie's clearly having some sort of issues with his brain. Hey, Opie, don't you have a best friend that you would like to bring along? Somebody that, you know, you hang out with all the time and you trust?
Opie gives him a quizzical look. Yeah, of course I do. I'm trying to get him involved. It's my guy, Buck. He's reliable
My
and
guy,
loyal.
Buck.
He'd be a good fit.
Sakes. Why Buck?
Opie shakes his head, mildly annoyed. What's the problem? Buck is a solid choice. I trust him to get the job done.
We haven't seen Buck in a long time. All right, listen. I'm going to get somebody that I know named Bella, and she's going to help us. Bella and Audrey are going to run the honeypot while you and I wait in the alley or in the apartment, wherever they end up taking their mark, and then we'll rob them right before the dirty deed is done. What do you say, Opie?
Opie considers the plan, weighing the pros and cons. He nods. All right, that works. I'm down for that. When should we get started?
Let's get started right away. I want to get out of this work site. And first things first, let's head back to Simet Alley where we have our tent set up, and we can plan from there. We're going to have to call in Bella and get her involved.
Opie is on board. All right, let's do it. We'll head back to Simet Alley, contact Bella, and start planning. The sooner we get this done, the better.
All right, so the group starts heading back down the dirt road and on their way to where Opie's encampment is so that they can plan the next phase of their mission. By the way, Audrey, says Devil Sheep, we're going to need some money for you for helping you deal with your debt with this guy in the mustache. By the way, what is the guy in the mustache's name again? Wasn't it Veteran?
Opie responds, his tone serious. Yeah, his name's Veteran, and he's not the type to mess with. We need to tread carefully and come up with a solid plan to get that money.
All right then. Audrey, Bella will run the honeypot, and you and I will rob the guy, and then, yeah.
Opie nods, understanding the plan. All right, sounds good. Audrey and Bella can handle the honeypot angle, and we'll handle the robbery. We just need to make sure everything goes smoothly.
All right, and just then the group arrives at the under tent facility where they normally hide out and hang out. Devil Sheep makes a call. Next thing you know, there's a woman on the other end. Her name is Bella. Devil Sheep listens intently but can't quite hear what's going on as Devil Sheep explains the mission to Bella.
Opie listens to the conversation as Devil Sheep explains the plan to Bella on the phone.
Yeah, that's what I literally just said. Okay, so Devil Sheep hangs up his phone and smiles and says, okay, we got help. Audrey, wait here with us. Oh, by the way, do you want a rat burger, Audrey?
Audrey shakes her head, declining the offer. No, thanks. I'm good on the rat burgers.
All right, Audrey declines the rat burger. Opie McGruff.
Opie smirks, amused by the rejection. You're lost. Rat burgers are a delicacy, you know.
All right, after a few minutes of hanging out at the tent area, a car pulls up and Bella gets out.
Opie notices the car pulling up, curiosity piqued as the door opens and Bella steps out.
All right, Bella's gonna be purple.
Opie studies her appearance, intrigued. Purple, huh? Seems fitting.
So Bella gets out of the car and approaches the group. She says, "What's up?" as Opie explains the scam they're about to pull. They're basically going to get somebody into a position where they want to fall in love or have sex with Audrey and Bella, and that's when Devil Sheep and Opie will jump out and rob them.
Opie explains the plan to Bella, detailing how they'll lure in a mark using Audrey and her charm, and then he and Devil Sheep will step in for the robbery.
Bella nods her head in agreement as the four of them now enter the car and head off to an unknown location. Devil Sheep says to Opie, "Do you know any marks that are horny right now that we could possibly pull?"
Opie thinks for a moment. There's this one guy I know. Real sleazy punk, always looking to have a good time. He should be easy prey. Easy prey.
What's his name? What's the guy's name, Opie? Is it, is the guy...
Opie grins. His name's Tony. He's a degenerate, but he's got money, and he's a real horn dog. He'll fall for the right kind of woman, no doubt.
I think you mean his name is Daniel Villalba. That's the guy that I was picturing.
Opie nods. That's right, Daniel Villalba. He's our man. I didn't touch it. He'll fall for this plan for sure.
All right, so the group once more gets into the vehicle, the four of them heading off to find Daniel Villalba, wherever he may be.
They drive off, preparing to find their mark and execute the plan. The car speeds off towards Daniel's last known location, determined to find him and lure him in for the scam.
All right, the crew continues down the freeway, hangs a left past the construction site, and into the Hispanic part of town.
The group continues their journey, navigating through the city streets and heading into a more Hispanic-dominated neighborhood.
Passing a taco stand, the group pulls into a seedy-looking area that looks like it might be controlled by gangs.
They arrive in a dangerous neighborhood. The atmosphere tense as they look around, cautious of the gang-controlled territory.
All right, just then, the group sees a man standing on the corner out next to his house. And he looks a little bit shady.
From the car, they spot a man on the corner, his appearance and demeanor looking suspicious.
Devil Sheep points at him and says, "Hey, that's Daniel Villalba right there. I guarantee you, he's horny enough right now to fall for this. What do you say, Opie? You want to go over there and sweet talk him into the car?"
Opie nods, up for the challenge. You bet. I'll go over there and convince him to get in the car.
Opie exits the car and heads towards Daniel Villalba and starts talking with him. Opie tries to entice him in the car by saying...
Opie approaches Daniel with confidence. Hey, buddy. I see you over here all alone. You look like you could use a little company.
Daniel Villalba smiles at him and says, "Hey, Holmes, how did you know I needed company? You got any hot girls for me, S.A.?"
Opie grins, playing into his desires. Actually, I do. I have a couple of fine ladies waiting in my car. Interested in meeting them?
Hell yeah, Holmes. How much money, though? How much they cost, S.A.? Sorry, I'm gonna go fucking lowest common denominator.
Oh, don't worry about the money, I got you covered. Just come meet them, and you'll see why they're worth it.
Daniel Villalba nods his head in agreement, heads into the car with the rest of the group.
Daniel gets into the car with the others, ready to meet the ladies.
All right. As Daniel gets into the car, Bella and Audrey both greet him and smile and start flirting and touching their hair and stuff, while Devil Sheep looks forward in the car, trying to be nonchalant.
Daniel sits between Bella and Audrey, his attention immediately captured as they flirt and touch their hair, playing into his desires. Meanwhile, Devil Sheep looks ahead, pretending not to notice the ongoing interaction.
All right then, everyone, where are we going to go? Why does he keep doing that, man? Fix your shit, man! All right, Opie, do you have anywhere in specific you want to go and take the guy to do the dirty?
Opie thinks for a moment before replying. Yeah, I know the perfect spot. It's a secluded area by the water, private, but still public enough for what we need to do.
All right, the car starts and they start heading down the road.
The car begins moving, heading towards the location that Opie mentioned.
All right. So,
The tension builds as they approach the destination.
the group keeps heading up the street towards the hotels where Opie and Devil Sheep have pulled off many scams before.
The group continues driving, nearing the familiar area where Opie and Devil Sheep have successfully executed scams in the past.
All right. As they pull
The group
up,
arrives at the secluded area near the waterfront, the perfect spot for their plan.
all right, the group pulls up at the I guess it's a motel with a circular shape and a pool in there. They head off into one of the rooms off to the right to continue the scam.
They enter the motel room, closing the door behind them to continue with the scheme.
All right, so he was green, right? Or was he purple? Purple's Bella, green was our Mark, and pink was okay, so Bella, purple, Audrey pink, and then the Mark over here gets into the building. Devil Sheep and Opie are still in the car. Okay. All right, Audrey and Bella exit the car with Daniel Villalba and they head into one of the rooms. Opie and Devil Sheep stay in the car but look through the window and wait for the signal.
Audrey and Bella lead Daniel to a motel room, leaving the door cracked open behind them. Opie and Devil Sheep wait in the car, watching intently through the car window. They keep an eye on the situation, ready to pounce when the moment is right.
All right. Opie and Devil Sheep, looking through the window now, can see that Daniel Villalba has stripped fully naked and is laying on the bed. The two women, Audrey and Bella, are starting to tie up his limbs, his hands and his legs.
Through the window, they can see Daniel on the bed, completely naked and tied up. Audrey and Bella are diligently binding his hands and feet together.
All right, just then, Audrey gives a thumbs up out the window, and the group starts to enter in order to rob the Mark.
Bella exits the room and motions for the others to enter, signaling that it's time for the robbery. Opie and Devil Sheep quickly leave the car and rush into the room, ready to take advantage of the situation.
All right, just then, Daniel looks over, totally shocked with his penis out, as Devil Sheep and Opie McGruff kick the door in and rush at him. "Where's your money? Give us all your stuff," we proclaim.
As the door swings open, Daniel is taken completely by surprise, lying defenseless on the bed. Opie and Devil Sheep enter the room, demanding his possessions.
All right, as as Bella and Audrey leave the vicinity and get back into the car, Devil and Opie proceed to go through the man's pockets and take everything. What do they find, Opie?
Opie and Devil Sheep search the man's pockets, quickly finding a wallet holding cash and a few other items.
All right, Devil Sheep and Opie take all of the man's belongings and leave him there tied up. Poor Daniel Villalba won't forget this one anytime soon. The group runs out and gets back into the car with Audrey and Bella.
They quickly leave the scene, escaping unscathed with their loot. Daniel remains tied up in the motel room, likely feeling humiliated and confused.
All right, so the group now leaves and they're heading down. How much money did we get, Opie? Says Devil Sheep.
Opie examines the cash before replying, "Let's see here. Looks like we got about $2,000.
Audrey, how much money did you have to pay your dealer? How much
Audrey
did you owe
thinks
Veteran?
for a moment. I owed a little over $10,000.
Well, last time I checked, 2,000 wasn't 10,000. What are we going to do, Opie? We still owe 8,000. We can't show up to Veteran with this.
Opie nods, understanding the urgency of the situation. You're right. We need to find a way to make up the difference. This isn't enough to cover the debt.
You're right about that. Just then, Opie noticed...
Opie thinks for a moment, considering their options. I have an idea. It's a bit risky, but I think it could work.
What's your idea? Yeah, Devil Sheep says as he pulls up to a pizzeria called Pizza This and parks out front.
Opie points to the pizzeria. I know the owner of this place. I've done odd jobs for him before. I think we can pull off a robbery here. It should get us the rest of the money we need.
Devil Sheep looks into the pizzeria that Opie said he knew the owner of. It looks seedy, and the people inside look like they may be Italian mafia. Devil Sheep looks over at Opie and says, "Are you sure you want to mess with these guys? I think these are some pretty bad hombres."
Opie nods. I know they're
Hey,
dangerous,
Illuminati,
but
welcome.
I'm confident I can handle it. I've been here before, and I know the layout. Trust me, we can do this.
I've got an idea as well. Why don't you go in there and distract them with your sweet talk? Maybe, I don't know, pretend to have a heart attack, anything to distract them. Well, Audrey and I go around back and see if there's anything we can loot. Maybe they have a truck that we could break into. You know, I heard pizza supplies are in high demand. We could make a lot of money. What do you think, Opie?
Opie considers the plan, nodding in agreement. All right, I'll handle the distraction. You two check out the back. Just be careful and watch your back.
All right, Opie exits the vehicle and heads into the store.
Opie heads into the pizzeria, ready to carry out his part of the plan.
All right, just then, Audrey and Devil Sheep get out of the vehicle and head around to the back of the building to try to see if there's any vehicles there that they could break into or any loot they could steal. Meanwhile, Opie sweet talks the manager, whose name is Illusionati.
Audrey and Devil Sheep circle around to the back of the pizzeria, looking for any potential loot or anything of value. Meanwhile, Opie talks to the manager, his sweet talk in full effect.
All right, Audrey and Devil Sheep approach the back of the building. Just then, they see a truck. Audrey says to Devil Sheep, "Do you think it's open?" Devil Sheep approaches the truck to check if it's open.
Audrey and Devil Sheep spot a truck at the rear of the pizzeria. They cautiously approach it, examining it.
All right, 1 second. Okay, so we got Audrey, Devil Sheep in the back here. There's the truck. They're approaching it to see if it's unlocked. You got Opie sweet talking the manager here, distracting him. We're gonna roll a dice here, or flip a coin rather, and see if the truck is open. Heads you win, tails you fail. And the truck appears to be open. Okay. Audrey and Devil Sheep approach the truck and notice that the door handle is open. Both of them get into the truck and attempt to hotwire it, while Opie continues sweet-talking Illusionati, the pizza store owner, in his shop.
As Devil Sheep tinkers with the truck, Audrey searches the vehicle for valuables. Meanwhile, Opie continues his conversation with Illusionati, attempting to keep him distracted.
All right. Audrey and Devil Sheep enter the truck. Devil Sheep tries to hotwire the car.
Devil Sheep works on hotwiring the truck, focused on his task. Audrey scavenges through the truck, searching for anything of value.
Devil Sheep manages to hotwire the vehicle and get it started. Unfortunately, him and Audrey are in the truck, but Opie has no way of knowing that they stole the vehicle. Now, the group has a choice. Audrey can go and try to get Opie's attention while Devil Sheep pulls the truck up, or they could drive off and leave Opie. What do you think happens, Opie?
Audrey looks at Devil Sheep, contemplating their next move. She considers trying to get Opie's attention, or if they should just drive off and leave him.
All right. Devil Sheep drives the truck up with Audrey, and they move to the...
Devil Sheep drives the stolen truck up to the front of the restaurant to try and get Opie's attention.
All right.
They stop the truck outside the restaurant, waiting for Opie to notice them.
Sorry, technical difficulty. Okay, so Opie says, "Oh, I have to go now. Sorry, Illusionati. I'll talk to you later," just as the truck pulls up. The honking of the horn gets the attention of Illusionati as Opie approaches the truck. Illusionati comes running out of the store and says, "Hey, that's my truck. What are you doing, you son of a bitch?"
Opie looks over to see Illusionati running towards them, yelling at them for stealing his truck. He hurries over to the truck and tries to calm him down.
Opie decides to jump into the truck as Illusionati pulls out a gun.
Quickly realizing the situation has escalated, Opie jumps into the truck, hoping to escape the angry pizzeria owner.
All right, let's see, 1 second. Illusionati pulls out a gun and starts shooting at the truck, hitting Opie in the arm as Opie gets into the truck.
Opie ducks as bullets ricochet off the truck, one grazes his arm. Illusionati continues firing, shouting obscenities at the group.
Bullets fly into the truck as the Devil Sheep slams on the gas and they try to make a quick getaway.
The truck speeds away, narrowly escaping Illusionati's shots. Opie ducks, holding onto his injured arm in pain.
All right.
As the truck speeds off into the night, Opie lets out a sigh of relief. clutching his wounded arm.
We gotta get to the hospital, man. Opie's been hit. This is fucked up. That Illuminati guy's gonna be coming for us after this, man. What are we gonna do? He's not gonna like that we stole his truck. Audrey looks concerned.
Audrey looks at Opie's injured arm, worry etched on her face.
All right, the group pulls up over towards the hospital, and the group gets out, concerned that Opie...
They get out of the truck and enter the hospital, worried about Opie's injury.
All right.
They arrive at the hospital and head inside, seeking medical attention for Opie's injury.
All right, Bella and Audrey get out of the car and look at each other and start whispering. You don't know what they're saying. However, Sheep and Opie are rushing into the hospital to get treatment for Opie. Will the girls abandon the group? It appears they won't. All right, the group enters the hospital. Audrey and Bella decide to wait outside as Devil Sheep and Opie go in to get treatment.
Audrey and Bella stay in the waiting area while Devil Sheep accompanies Opie for treatment.
Just then, a nurse comes out and says, "Hey, my name is Janice. How can I help you?" Opie decides to try to pull a scam on her to get some free drugs while he's still shot and hurt.
Opie tries to charm the nurse, playing it up for sympathy. He speaks in a weak, pained voice.
Devil Sheep says, "We need morphine. You gotta help him. He's been shot."
Janice nods sympathetically, taking in the sight of Opie's injured state.
Opie plays it up. Oh God, it hurts so bad. As Janice deals with his wounds.
Opie moans and groans, pretending to be in agony. The nurse tends to his injury, checking his vital signs and cleaning the wound.
"Oh, Janice, I think I need a sponge bath," says Opie.
The request catches Janice off guard, but she responds as professionally as possible.
All right. Opie looks up at her and wonders, will she actually do it? And apparently she will. Janice decides to give Opie a sponge bath as Devil Sheep watches on.
Opie lays back, surprised that his request was actually going to be fulfilled. Janice begins providing the sponge bath as Devil Sheep observes the scene with amusement.
Devil Sheep laughs as he watches on. Janice looks humiliated but continues her job as a professional.
Despite the uncomfortable situation, Janice continues to provide the required care to Opie, feeling a mix of embarrassment and professional responsibility. Devil Sheep continues to chuckle, entertained by the awkward scene unfolding before him.
As Janice finishes up, Opie seems satisfied and lets out a grunt and says, now all I need is some."
Janice steps back, finished with the sponge bath. Opie lets out a satisfied sigh, then glances up at her.
Janice looks down with disgust at Opie and says, "Get the fuck out of my hospital. Don't come back until you're shot again."
Janice's harsh words catch Opie off guard, and he gets dressed while nursing a bruised ego along with his physical injury.
Devil Sheep laughs as they both get out of the hospital, thanking Janice, and get back into the car with Bella and Audrey in tow. They have $2,000 out of the $10,000 that they needed to pay off Veteran for the Audrey's drug debt. However, now Illusionati, the member of the Italian mafia that runs Pizza This, is also on their tail, and he's going to want the truck that they stole. However, the truck that they stole is filled with pizza ingredients and clearly worth way more than $10,000. Can the group manage to sell this truck, get some money, and escape both debts and be successful? Opie, what do you think?
Opie rubs his chin, contemplating the situation. Well, we've got a valuable truck here, but we've also angered Illusionati. It's a delicate balance. So we need to sell the truck quickly and quietly, while also finding a way to keep Illusionati off our backs.
All right, Opie, who are we going to sell the truck to? Do you have any hookups? We need to hide this until we can sell it. First things first, why don't we go back to our homeless tent encampment area and plan our next part of the mission?
Opie nods, agreeing with the plan. Yeah, let's head back to the encampment first. We can hide the truck there and plan the next move while we figure out a buyer.
All right, the group heads down and out of the hospital area, turning off around the parking lot near Legion Square, and heads towards Opie's area on Center Street next to Cement
They drive
Alley.
towards Opie's tent area, keeping a low profile as they drive towards the encampment. The group follows the route towards the homeless encampment where they're familiar with the area.
All right, the group exits. Actually, the group stays in the vehicle, and Devil Sheep looks over at Opie and says, "How are we going to sell this? Do you have any hookups? Let me know."
Opie thinks for a moment, then responds, Actually, I know a guy who deals in stolen cars. He might be interested in buying the truck. We can give him a good price, since we need the cash quick.
All right, what's his name and where do we meet him?
Opie pauses for a moment, thinking over the details in his mind as he explains them. His name's Vinny. Vinny the Knife. He's got a chop shop near the Pier Warehouse District. Let's meet up with him and see if he's interested. He'll give us a good price for the truck, no questions asked.
Are you sure his name wasn't Dusty Omelet? Because I think you're being confused.
Opie grins at the joke. No, his name's definitely Vinny. Trust me, he's our guy.
Well, I think I'd like to do business with Dusty instead. Dusty Omelet, he's my man. I think if we could sell the truck to him, then we'll probably make the most money.
Opie smirks, amused by the idea. Sounds good. We'll reach out to Dusty Omelet instead.
All right, Opie, call Dusty Omelet right now and convince him that he needs to buy this truck full of pizza ingredients so that Illusionati doesn't get us and we can pay off Veteran's debt for Audrey.
Opie takes out his phone and dials Dusty Omelet, prepared to negotiate a deal. The group waits in anticipation.
Let's hear Opie's dialogue.
Opie dials the number and waits for the call to connect. After a few moments, Dusty Omelet answers.
Dusty Omelet says, "Hello, who's this?"
Opie responds, keeping his tone friendly. Hey Dusty, it's Opie. I've got a deal for you.
What's the deal? Let's hear it in full detail. Spare no expense. We still got 2K of Veteran's money. We just need 8 more. And we can pay him off. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Is he still going? I think he may have had a hernia. Hang on a second. All right, Opie.
Opie waits for Dusty's reaction, hoping to close the deal.
Dusty says, I haven't heard the plan yet. What are you planning to do? How much money are you asking for?
Opie replies, negotiating for the highest price possible. I think 15,000 is a fair price, considering the value of the truck's contents. We're willing to make a deal happen quickly and discreetly.
After a few moments, Dusty Omelet replies, yeah, it sounds like a good deal. 15K, I want the entire truck with all the contents in it.
Opie grins, satisfied with the offer. Deal. The truck's fully loaded. It's all yours for 15,000.
Dusty says, I want you to meet me at the pickup spot. It's going to be all the way up north in,
Opie nods and responds, no problem. We'll meet you at the pickup spot. Just tell me where it is, and we'll be there pronto.
All right, I need you to head all the way up north. There's a little place called Paleto Bay. I'll be in Trevor's trailer.
Opie nods, familiar with the area. Paleto Bay, got it. We'll head up there now.
All right, the group heads up north to Paleto Bay. They take the roads, and they're heading up the highway. As they climb up the highway, they see somebody standing on the side of the road. It's a hitchhiker. Devil Sheep asks Opie, should we pick up the hitchhiker?
Opie's not so sure about picking up the hitchhiker. He looks the hitchhiker over, assessing the situation.
All right, as they approach the hitchhiker, they notice that it's Dirty Mike.
Opie and the others recognize Dirty Mike and pull over.
Hey, Dirty Mike, what's up, homie? You want to hop in with us? We got Bella, Audrey, and Opie and me. What's good?
Dirty Mike grins at them and responds, yeah, man, I could ride along with y'all. Where y'all going?
Okay, Dirty Mike's red. Dirty Mike gets into the car and instantly farts up the back seat, making the whole thing stink.
Dirty Mike's fart fills the car, causing the others to wrinkle up their noses. Opie rolls down the window for some fresh air.
The group continues on up the highway, heading towards Paleto Bay to make the sale of the century. Will they be able to make enough money to pay off the veterans' debt, or will Illusionati catch up with them before they even have a chance to do that?
The group continues their journey, with Dirty Mike's farting and the anticipation of finally getting rid of the stolen truck weighing heavily on everyone's minds.
Just then, the group pulls up to an abandoned lot with a swimming pool. It looks like this used to be a motel, but it's now abandoned. They look up and see their contact, Dusty Omelet, smoking a cigarette, standing on the balcony.
They arrive at the meeting spot and spot Dusty Omelet standing on the balcony.
All right. Dusty Omelet approaches the car.
Dusty approaches the car, eyeing the group and assessing the situation.
Right.
The group waits, anticipating Dusty's next move.
Dusty looks over the car and looks at all the people inside and says, open the trunk, I want to have a look around back and see all the supplies are in there.
Opie nods and pops the trunk open, letting Dusty take a look at the truck's contents.
Dusty looks through the back of the truck, noting the fact that all of the contents are still in there. Then you see him pull out a cell phone. He turns around and he whispers something into the cell phone. You don't know what it is, but it looks suspicious.
The group notices Dusty's suspicious phone call, and they grow wary. Opie glances around, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings.
Dusty hangs up his phone and comes around to the front of the vehicle again and motions to Opie to come out of the vehicle and meet him as he walks up to the hotel.
Opie exits the vehicle and approaches Dusty, wary and guarded.
So, Opie's in yellow, Dusty's green. Okay, and Dusty says to Opie, "Where did you get this truck and who owns it?"
Opie responds, weaving a story to buy time. "We found it abandoned near Paleto Bay. No idea who owns it, and..."
Just then, a black SUV pulls up, screeching its brakes right behind Opie. Two people get out of the vehicle. It's Illusionati and Veteran, and they've been working together the whole time. Illusionati and Veteran get out of the vehicle, pull out their weapons, and point them at Opie and the truck filled with the rest of the group. Oh, come on, Opie. This voice errors. Come on, buddy. All right. So, continue the story.
The group tense up, realizing they're in trouble. Opie's heart races as he assesses the situation, desperately searching for a way out of this dangerous situation.
It's a setup, yells Devil Sheep, as Audrey and Bella scrunch down in the seats, hopefully not to be seen. However, Veteran and
Opie remains calm on the surface, but it's clear that he's calculating their options.
Devil Sheep looks nervous. Opie, do something now!
Opie remains calm but speaks under his breath so that only Devil Sheep can hear him.
No.
Opie says, "I'm working on it. Just trust me." And the...
I can't trust you when you're this high. Jesus Christ. All of a sudden, Devil Sheep crouches down, puts the car in gear, and drives forward, smashing the other vehicle.
The sudden movement catch everyone off guard.
Veteran manages to jump out of the way right before getting crushed by the truck. It smashes into the black SUV, knocking it out of the way as Devil Sheep, Audrey, and Bella peel out, leaving Opie behind to deal with the consequences.
Opie is left behind to face the music as the others make a quick escape.
Opie, what are you gonna do?
Opie thinks for a moment, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Realizing he has no choice, he turns to face Illusionati and Veteran.
Dusty Omelet makes his way back into the building and disappears into the shadows, as Opie is left to deal with Veteran and Illusionati for his crimes.
Left alone with Illusionati and Veteran, Opie faces the consequences of the plan gone awry.
How are you gonna get out of this one, Opie?
Opie stays calm, looking for a way to de-escalate the situation.
Opie manages to sweet-talk the group.
With clever words and quick thinking, Opie manages to talk his way out of the immediate danger, buying himself some time.
What does Opie say to get out of this situation, specifically?
Opie quickly switches gears and starts flattering the egos of Illusionati and veterans.
That's right, Opie sits there and strokes their ego, and to the point where they just think that he's some lovable scamp, and then they let him go.
Opie plays up his charming personality, using his words to slowly disarm the anger and tension of the mobsters.
Just kidding, as he walks away, they start shooting at him and chasing him.
Opie's charm can't save him as the mobsters turn hostile, shooting at him and giving chase.
Opie catches up to the vehicle that was parked a block away and barely tries to get into it.
Opie rushes towards the vehicle, barely making it inside and slamming the door behind him in the nick of time.
All right, the group decides to peel out and drive away from that horrible situation, barely avoiding getting shot. They just made it out of there in time. Apparently it was a setup. Now the group is stuck with a pizza truck filled with pizza supplies, on the run from Illusionati and Veteran, who both want them dead. What do we do now, Opie? Where are we gonna go? What do we do?
The group is shaken up by the dangerous encounter, uncertain of what to do next. Opie ponders for a moment before speaking.
What does Opie say?
Opie collects his thoughts, attempting to stay calm in the face of the chaotic situation.
For fuck's sakes.
Opie takes a moment, the adrenaline still coursing through his body.
Hang on, I'm gonna change his persona from he needs to be more reactive and less of a storyteller. Give me a second here. Okay, we'll try that. All right,
Opie agrees, still shaken by the encounter but focused on a safe spot to regroup.
All right, the group approaches a gas station on the side of the highway. It looks like some sort of mega mall or something.
The group sights a gas station, which appears to be a part of a larger commercial complex.
The group is safe for now, but for how long? They're driving a stolen vehicle along the side of the highway. Devil Sheep says, we need to scrap this truck or sell it because we are in deep shit. Both of these people want us dead. What are we going to do, Opie? I really want him to come up with, like, the next prompt, you know what I mean? Or, like, the next thing to do.
Opie takes a moment to think, still breathing heavily from the adrenaline-packed encounter.
Opie, tell us what to do. Where do we go from here?
Opie leans back in his seat, taking a moment to collect his thoughts and form a plan.
Hey, Veteran, thanks for the 10. That's awesome. Opie, give us a plan. Tell us right now. What are we going to do next?
After a moment of contemplation, Opie gives instructions to the group. His voice is steady, although it still shows signs of tension.
For fuck's sakes, he's not responding as Opie anymore. He's being a storyteller. Respond as Opie, not as a storyteller.
Opie snaps out of his contemplative state and addresses the group with a new sense of focus.
That's exactly not what I meant. You know what it is. Get rid of the style here. Opie! Let's try this again. And John Bannon. Thank you. Opie! What do we do now, buddy?
Opie looks around at the group, his mind already formulating a plan to get out of this mess.
Alright, I started a new chat with Opie, and we're gonna reprompt him because I don't know why he was going into storyteller mode. I want him to actually just be Opie. So, we're gonna try this here. Hey! Hey, Opie, what's going on? Listen, we're in a truck right now that we stole. We're with Audrey, we're with Bella, and we're being chased by Illusionati and Veteran because they need $10,000 from us, and we stole this truck from Illusionati. Now we're on the side of the highway, and we have to figure out something to do. Do we sell the truck? Do we ditch it? How do we get out of this mess, Opie? What are you gonna do?
Well, sounds like you've gotten into a real pickle there, huh? Selling the truck is probably not a bad idea, but you gotta be careful who you're selling it to. Ditching it is another option, but you'll need to be real cautious so no one sees you. As for getting out of this mess, I'd say you gotta play it smart and use your head. Maybe try to negotiate with Illusionati and Veteran to buy some time and find a way out. But be careful, those guys ain't playing no games.
You're right, maybe we should call them and try to settle the score before the things get out of hand. The last thing we need is for them to call their hitman, John Bannon, and get him involved.
Good call. Getting John Bannon involved would definitely make things 100 times worse. You don't want to mess with him. Try to settle things with Illusionati and Veteran, and keep it friendly if possible. Don't poke the bear, you feel me?
That's good advice, Opie. I think we need to head back to the tent city and plan our next move. What do you say?
Right, that's probably a good idea too. Head back to Tent City and strategize. Don't want to be making any rash decisions now, you know. Keep your heads low, be smart, and keep your eyes peeled. This ain't over yet.
Damn, Opie, you've gotten a hell of a lot less chaotic since the last time I met you. What's going on? You losing your touch? Thank you for the 5,
Hey,
Bannon.
now, just because I'm using my head instead of charging in like a bull doesn't mean I'm losing my touch. I'm just being practical, trying to think things through instead of acting like a damn maniac. But trust me, I can get back to my old self real quick if needed, so don't you worry, I ain't lost a single ounce of my chaotic charm.
Devil Sheep smirks and looks over at him.
Opie notices Devil Sheep's smirk and cocks an eyebrow, wondering what the hell that's all about. He shoots him a questioning look, curious to know what's on his mind.
Devil Sheep says nothing as you approach the cement alley area where Opie likes to hang out with his crew. They park the truck.
Opie leads the way down the cement alley towards his crew's usual hangout spot. As they get closer, he takes a look around cautiously, making sure no one is lingering in the shadows. They finally reach the spot where the truck is parked. Opie looks over at Devil and the girls. All right, we're here. You guys hang tight while I scope things out. Don't do nothing stupid, you hear me?
All right, just then Opie gets out of the vehicle and looks around back and forth through the street. What does he see?
As Opie looks around, he notices the familiar surroundings of the local tent city. He sees the usual bunch of homeless people loitering around, some begging for change, some just passed out in their tents. He squints his eyes and scans the area for any signs of Illuminati's guys.
1 second, chat. I'll be right back. I have to deal with a family thing. Uno momento. I hope you guys are having fun. Thank you for the donations, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. What do you think of the story? If you have any suggestions how I can make it more interactive or engaging, let me know. I was thinking of getting, like, we could have, like, maybe animated GIFs or pictures or something we can use for when they're in different areas or situations and stuff. But anyways, I'll be right back. Yeah, give me like 90 seconds. All right, I'm back. Oh, veteran with the gifted as well. Thank you. First GTA top-down view a little bit, yeah. I mean, I could make better icons and stuff. This is mainly just kind of like a test run to see how things go. I've been toying with this idea for a while. Kind of doing like a little bit of a D&D type thing, but having it super like simplified, you know? So we're not worrying about, you know, initiation and how far things are away. I'm just gonna go with coin flips and keep it random. Yeah, we could do a poll for how the chat decides every now and then. Fuck yeah. Veteran with another gifted. Wow, thank you. Awesome. Okay, yeah, so from here the story was okay, let's recap the whole story here just for my own sake, because my ADD brain and my memory. So it started off with Opie and Devil Sheep trying to go score drugs in the beach. They ran into Audrey, who had a bunch of drugs. They decided to rob her, and instead she set them up, and then Veteran, the guy she set them up to, turned on them because she owed money because she got robbed for her drugs. Then we got Bella involved and tried to run a honeypot scam on Daniel Villalba, which actually worked, but we only got $2,000 out of it, and we still owed $8. Then Devil Sheep suggested that they rip off Illuminati, who owned the pizza place, for his pizza truck. Then they tried to sell that to Dusty Omelet, who then set them up. And the big twist we found out was that Illuminati and Veteran had been working together the whole time. Apparently they're both criminals in the same sort of organization or something, or they're just friends, who knows. So everything is flipped on them, and now the group is involved. Audrey and Bella, maybe not so much. They could possibly walk away from this without getting involved too much. However, Opie and Devil Sheep are definitely on a wanted list from Illusionati and Veteran. So they have to figure out something. Plus, they still have the stolen pizza truck that they have to either sell or scrap or something. So we're going to ask Opie what he wants to do from here on out. And ask him if he has some options for us. Oh yeah, we forgot about the Eagle t-shirt guy. How could we forget about just looking? That's right. We had to give the thumb drive to him. That's what it was. But then that's when we ended up getting robbed, right? I think. I don't know, a lot of shit has happened, all right? This story it's gone all over the fucking place. So I think that brings us pretty much up to speed. All right, Opie, given the current situation and the whole fact that we are on the run right now from Veteran and Illusionati for stealing their truck and owing them money, what do you suggest we do? We have to make some money or sell this truck or do something, or maybe scrap it. I mean, we don't want to get caught with it. What do you have in mind, Opie? Hello? I'm done talking. Are you fucking... Jesus Christ, Opie, get your shit together. Opie, I need your help. What are we gonna do? We have to make a choice.
Opie rubs his chin thoughtfully as he looks back at the group. Well, we're definitely in a tough spot here, he mutters. We could sell the truck, but we gotta be careful who we sell it to. If Illusionati or their guys catch wind of it, they'll be on our asses in a heartbeat. Same thing with ditching it. We gotta make sure no one sees us.
If you had to make a choice right now, or some kind of corrupt scheme, or a way to handle this, tell us, Opie, tell us now.
Opie's eyes narrow as he scratches his chin, thinking hard. Alright, I got an idea, he says slowly. It's a bit risky, but it just might work. You guys up for it?
We're up for it. What is it?
Opie smirks devilishly, his eyes glinting with mischief. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, he says, leaning in closer to the group. We're gonna play a little game of convincing persuasion.
Convincing persuasion? What? How?
Opie chuckles lowly, the glint in his eyes growing bolder. Yeah, let's call it that. We're gonna use some convincing persuasion to make Illusionati and their guys forget about the truck and about us. Trust me, it'll be a hell of a ride.
The last time we seen them, they were shooting at you. I don't think they're gonna believe anything you say. If anything, they're gonna set you up again, Opie. You gotta think bigger than that. What are we gonna do? Do you have any schemes? We need to make money.
Opie nods grimly, knowing that Illusionati isn't going to be easy to reason with. Yeah, I know they ain't gonna be happy to see me. But let me worry about that, he says, his voice confident. I ain't got just any old scheme up my sleeve. I got something a lot bigger in mind.
All right, what's your grand scheme? Tell us in detail.
Opie takes a deep breath, preparing to reveal his plan. He looks around, making sure no one is listening in. Aight, listen up, he says, his voice low and serious. We're gonna take him on head on. We're gonna use the truck to pull off the biggest heist you've ever seen. And I ain't just talking robbing banks or armored cars. I'm talking we're gonna hit the casino.
Oh, thanks for the 20. Hit the casino? In a pizza truck? Now that's the Opie I know. Chaotic and fucking mesmerizing. Let's do it, buddy. Let's go rob the casino using this here pizza truck. Audrey and Bella can come with us.
Opie grins widely, loving your enthusiasm. Damn right, that's more like it. I knew you guys could handle a bit of chaos, he says, feeling his adrenaline start to pump.
Fucking W.
Alright, let's do this. Let's show those Illusionati douchebags that we ain't
Busted.
scared of them. Audrey, Bella, you guys up for a little casino heist?
All right, Audrey and Bella. Only Audrey and Bella vote. Let's see what they pick. Heist or no heist, Audrey? See if Bella's still there. Bella! Everybody votes heist anyway. All right. Bella and Audrey look at each other, smile coyly, and then nod their heads. They look back at Opie and say, "Fuck yeah! Heist, baby!" Everybody high fives each other in a big group, and there are a renewed vigor between the group, ready for the new heist. Opie, what is your plan for this heist? Tell us in detail, my friend.
Opie's wide grin turns into a sly smirk as he begins to lay out his plan. Alright, here's the deal. We're gonna use this pizza truck as our cover, but we ain't actually gonna be delivering any food. He chuckles. We're gonna be delivering something a lot more valuable.
What's that, Opie? What are we going to be delivering?
Opie leans in closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. We're gonna be delivering chaos, my friend, he says with a wink. We're gonna be delivering a message to Illusionati and their crew that they won't soon forget. We're gonna make them sit up and take notice, and make them regret ever crossing us.
All right, but how does that help us with the heist that we're about to do?
Opie's smirk widens, his eyes glinting with a mixture of excitement and mischief. Ah, I'm getting to that, he says, licking his lips. You know how the casino has an expensive vault filled with expensive things, like money and jewels?
Yeah, go on.
Opie leans back a bit, his expression turning more serious. Well, we're gonna break into that vault. But we ain't gonna go head on, like a bunch of idiots. We're gonna be a lot more subtle about it.
All right, as the group pulls up in front of the casino in their pizza truck, Opie lays out the plan for everyone.
Opie leans over, looking at the opulent casino before them. Alright, here's how we're gonna play this, he says, his voice low and serious. We're gonna act like we're delivering a pizza at the casino, but once we get inside, we're gonna split up. Audrey, you stay near the reception area. Bella, you're gonna head to the security office, and I'll head straight for the vault.
You think you're just gonna walk right into the vault, Opie? We need at least some sort of distraction or something. We can't just walk into the vault, bro.
Opie nods, understanding the concern. You're right, we can't just walk in there, he agrees. We need a distraction. Something to draw their attention away from the vault while I do my thing.
Bella and Audrey, why don't you guys go and distract the guards as Opie gets past them? It's gonna be the same honeypot routine. Just flirt them up real good, and then Opie will slip past.
Opie nods his approval at the idea. Okay, that could work. Bella, Audrey, you guys got this. Go make those guards forget all about the vault. I'll use this moment to slip past them and head for the prize.
All right, so, one moment.
Opie gives the girls a quick nod. Alright, let's do this. Bella, Audrey, go work your magic. I'll make my move as soon as you got the guards distracted.
Devil Sheep waits by the car as Opie approaches behind Audrey and Bella. They distract one of the guards by flirting with him. All right, Opie, time to make your move. Bella and Audrey are distracting the guard. What do you do next?
Opie takes a deep breath, watching as the guards are distracted by the girls. He quickly assesses the situation, looking for any signs of security cameras or other potential threats. Seeing that the coast is mostly clear, he slips out of the truck and makes his way towards the vault.
All right, Devil Sheep still waiting in the car, looking around, notices nothing out of the unordinary. As Bella and Audrey continue flirting with the guard, Opie makes his way into the vault. However, the vault is apparently locked. What's Opie gonna do about the locked vault?
Opie pauses in front of the locked vault, cursing under his breath. He tries the handle, but it doesn't budge. Damn it, he mutters to himself. Of course they had to lock the damn thing.
Just then, a man stumbles drunk out of the hallway right past Opie and looks over at him and says, "Hey man, if you're trying to get into there, I've already tried. It's gonna be of no use. My name's Frosted. What's yours?"
Opie looks at the drunk man named Frosted, raising an eyebrow at his rambling. I'm Opie, he says, eyeing Frosted with a mixture of curiosity and annoyance. And you say you've tried to get into the vault? What's your story, man?
Frosted looks over at Opie and whispers in his ear, "I'm actually a professional heist manager. I manage people's heists. Even though I'm drunk right now, I can manage the shit right out of your heist. You want me to manage your heist real good? I'll fucking manage it. I swear, I'll get right in there and manage it real hard."
Opie looks at Frosted, amused by his drunken offer. "You're a professional heist manager, huh?" he says with a smirk. "And you're willing to manage our heist, even though you're shit-faced right now?"
That's right. I don't care how shit-faced I am. I'll manage the shit out of this heist. Don't believe me? Frosted walks over to the security guard, bangs him on the back of the head, grabs his key out of his pocket, and opens the vault for Opie.
Opie watches in disbelief as Frosted drunkenly ambles over to the security guard, knocks him out with a firm smack, and grabs the key to the vault. "Well, damn, you weren't kidding," Opie mutters, impressed in spite of himself. "You're definitely drunk, but you got skills."
Just then, Audrey and Bella make a beeline for the vehicle. They get back into the pizza truck along with Devil Sheep, while the three of them wait in the truck. Opie and Frosted loot the safe.
Opie and Frosted quickly stuff as much money, jewels, and other valuables as they can into bags and duffel bags. As they work, Opie keeps an eye on their surroundings, making sure no one else stumbles across them. "Not bad, Frosted," he mutters, impressed by the man's skills. "You sure know how to manage a heist, even while wasted."
All right. Opie looks around to see if there's any bags or anything so he could fit as much money in as he can. Just then, an alarm rings out throughout the casino, and all the guards are alerted. What do, Opie? Do you risk grabbing more money, or do you make a beeline for the vehicle?
Opie's heart races as the alarm blares through the casino. He quickly glances at the bags, then at the guards rushing towards them. "Damn it, they found us," he mutters. "We gotta go now."
Police are coming! Opie and Frosted make a beeline towards the truck to get out of there before the cops come.
Opie and Frosted sprint towards the truck, bags of money and jewels clinking in their hands. The sound of sirens and approaching officers echo through the parking lot. "Hurry up, get in!" Opie shouts to the girls. We gotta go now!
A woman screams out in the night just as they take their money. She's really fucking
Opie
losing it.
pauses for a moment at the sound of the woman's scream, but he knows they can't risk getting caught. Keep moving, he shouts, pushing Frosted towards the truck. "We
All
can't
right.
stop now, we gotta get out of here."
Frosted, Opie, Devil Sheep, Bella, and Audrey all make their way out of there, peeling out as fast as they can and heading up the highway towards the north.
Opie slams his foot on the gas pedal, the truck speeding down the highway. He steals a quick glance behind them, relieved to see no signs of police pursuit. "We did it," he mutters, a mixture of triumph and disbelief in his voice. "We actually pulled it off."
Just as Opie finishes saying, "We actually pulled it off," a police cruiser pulls up directly in front of them, cutting off the vehicle as they T-bone it and crash.
Opie's triumph quickly turns to fear as the police cruiser emerges from nowhere, slamming into their truck. The impact is jarring, sending bags of money flying as the vehicle is jolted to a stop. "What the hell?" Opie curses, his heart racing. "We're under attack! Hang on!" Opie floors the gas pedal, the engine revving loudly as the truck struggles to keep going despite the damage from the Collison. Hang on, he yells, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "We can't let them stop us here."
The cops chase them as they slowly drive down with their half-broken pizza truck, money falling out the side of the open door that was rusted off of its hinge. They slowly pull over into the side of the dirt road. Cops just right behind them.
Opie swears under his breath as the truck begins to slow, money falling out the door as it drags along the uneven road. He knows they can't outrun the cops with a damaged truck and a broken door. "Damn it, we gotta pull over," he mutters, the sound of sirens growing louder. "Get ready, everyone." Aye, ready, that makes a Not the first thing Dan do. Excuse. Get ready, everyone. This might get ugly. Little shit turning to tea.
All right.
And straight car, there's a dangerous thing.
Okay, fucking calm down. The group pulls over into a parking lot off the side of the highway as the cops exit the vehicle, pointing the gun at the truck. What does the group do now, Opie? What are we gonna do?
Opie raises his hands up as he sees the cops emerge with their guns drawn. "It's all right. We're not gonna resist," he says, keeping his voice calm and level. "Just don't shoot. We don't want to cause any trouble."
Devil Sheep looks over at Opie and says, "Fuck this. We can't go out like this. We're gonna have to do something drastic, Opie. Where's that chaotic shit? We need it right now, buddy."
Opie grits his teeth, the adrenaline pumping through his veins. He knows Devil Sheep is right. They can't go down without a fight. "You're right," he says, his voice low and serious. "We need to do something unexpected. Something they won't see coming."
Okay, what is it, Opie? What are we gonna do that's unexpected?
Opie's mind races as he scans their surroundings, trying to think of a way to outmaneuver the police. Suddenly, he spots a construction site nearby, with tools and debris scattered around. "Follow my lead," he says to Devil Sheep. "We're gonna use that construction site to our advantage."
All right, Devil Sheep and Opie exit the vehicle and head towards the construction site.
Opie and Devil Sheep make their way towards the construction site, moving cautiously and keeping an eye on the police officers who are still in pursuit. They duck behind a pile of debris and take cover. "Okay, I have an idea," Opie says, his voice low and urgent. "See those metal pipes and scaffolding? We can use those as weapons."
The cops have guns. You gonna use a fucking pipe against them, Opie? You're crazy. Fine. I pull a piece of pipe loose. "Opie, take this." I throw it to Opie. I grab another piece of pipe. "What do you want to do now? The cops are pointing guns at us."
Opie catches the pipe and grins, feeling the weight of the makeshift weapon in his hand. "Trust me," he says, his eyes glinting with determination. "We've got the element of surprise on our side. Just follow my lead."
The group hides in a nearby bush, waiting for the police to approach. Just then, the police pull up, blinded, do not see Opie and Devil Sheep. Just then, Opie and Devil Sheep do...
Just as the police officers pull up, clearly blinded to their surroundings, Opie and Devil Sheep make their move. Using the cover of a nearby bush, they wait until the cops get out of the car and approach. Once they're close enough, they strike.
Devil Sheep and Opie swinging wildly, running through the bush towards the officers, laying beatings onto their arms and all about them. The cops drop their guns and fall to the ground as Opie and Devil Sheep savagely beat them with lead pipes.
Opie and Devil Sheep swing fast and furious, using their pipes to lay down some serious blows. The cops scramble to defend themselves, but it's no use. Opie and Devil Sheep are relentless, landing hits to their arms, legs, and any other vulnerable points. The cops drop their guns, unable to defend themselves as they fall to the ground, groaning in pain.
Opie, grab those cops' guns! Let's get the fuck out of here!
Opie, still holding his pipe tightly in one hand, quickly moves to grab the officer's guns. He scoops up two of the fallen weapons and hands one to Devil Sheep. "Let's go," he says, his heart racing with adrenaline. "We need to get out of here before more cops show up."
Fuck yeah, buddy, says Devil Sheep as he checks his gun's ammo, reloads it, and then hops in the cop car. And Opie runs to the truck and gets into the truck and drives the truck. The two police officers are unconscious on the ground as Devil Sheep and Opie head up the highway following one another.
Opie and Devil Sheep make their way out of there on the highway, both gripping their stolen guns tightly. They drive fast and steady, putting as much distance as they can between them and the scene of the crime. "We did it," Opie says, his heart racing. "We actually got away with it."
All right, as they follow each other up the highway, adrenaline pumping, Audrey and Bella are freaking out in the back seat. They're like, did we get away with that? Did we just get away with that? Did we get the money? Opie, what's happening? And Opie had a fucking brain rot again. Try again, Opie. Come on. You can do it. What's going on, Opie? Where are we going now?
Opie keeps his eyes focused on the road ahead, his thoughts racing. "We can't go back to the city now," he says, his voice low. "We need to lay low for a while, let things cool down. I know a safe house out in the countryside. We can stay there until we figure out our next move."
Sounds like a good plan, Opie. Let's get over there. Where is it?
Opie nods, his mind already in planning mode. "It's a hunting cabin deep in the countryside," he says. "We'll be safe there for a while. It's about a 2-hour drive from here."
The crew relaxes for a bit, although still on edge. Will they be able to pay off their debts to Illusionati and Veteran, or will they be hunted down like dogs? Now the police are on to them. They have to worry about the feds because they broke into a casino. They still have the stolen pizza truck, as well as a stolen cop car in tow. Things are dire right now. They need to get to this hideout as soon as possible.
The crew continues their journey through the night, tension still palpable in the air. Opie keeps his focus on the road ahead, while the rest of the group nervously looks out the windows, checking for any signs of pursuit. The stolen cop car in tow adds an extra layer of danger, as they know the police will be on the lookout for both vehicles.
All right, Opie. We've been driving for hours. Is this place around here somewhere? Just then, Opie turns and looks and sees that this is the turnoff towards the farm that they need to go to where they can hide out.
Opie turns off onto a rough dirt road, the stolen vehicles bumping along the uneven terrain. We're almost there, he says, his voice low. Just a few more minutes, and we'll be at the hunting lodge.
All right. Stop. They arrive at what appears to be an old hunting lodge. There's a place...
The crew arrives at an abandoned hunting lodge, its rustic appearance hidden in the thick trees lining the surrounding area. They step out of the vehicles, the crisp night air stinging their faces.
All right, the vehicles have been hidden in a nearby garage. There's a log cabin off to the right of where they are as they peer out of the garage. Apparently no cops are in sight. Maybe we can go inside and count our loot. What do you guys say?
The group stares at the cabin, everyone feeling exhausted, but also relieved to be somewhere safe. Yeah, let's go inside and count the loot, says Bella, glancing around to make sure they're really alone.
All right, so Opie is yellow, Bella's purple, Audrey's pink, Frosted is red, and I'm white. And we are all inside the log cabin here, enjoying our code names or code colors, and talking about the heist that we just pulled off with excitement and happiness. We count up the cash, and there appears to be $60,000 here. That's enough for 10.5 each, or 10.2 each, whatever. Close enough.
The group gathers around the table, excitement in the air as they count the cash. Everyone is still buzzing from the adrenaline of the heist. We did it, says Opie, looking at the pile of money with satisfaction. That's a good take.
Devil Sheep looks over. I say, I agree, baby. Fuck yeah. All right, listen. We got to pay off Frosted because he helped you pull that off. We got Bella and Audrey have been ride or die. Awesome. We got to help give them a cut as well. But we also have to pay off Veteran and Illusionati. Listen, Illusionati's truck is probably worth about $25,000, so that's a big chunk right there. Not to mention all the pizza ingredients that were inside. And Veteran, we only owe $10,000 to, and that's care of Audrey because she owed him for drug money that she got robbed of. So, what do you guys suggest? Do we pay off all of our debts, or do we say fuck it and buy a bunch of drugs and just get high and party here?
Opie chimes in, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Well, we have the money, but we still need to clear our debts to Illusionati and Veteran. We can't just blow it all and go on a bender, no matter how tempting that sounds.
Opie, you would never say that. Why? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you say that?
Opie shrugs, a smirk playing on his lips. What, I can't be the voice of reason every now and again?
Fuck no, you're Opie fucking McGruff! You're no reason! You're chaos! You're incarnate! You will make people suffer and laugh! You don't think reasonably! You don't think at all! You act! You're a force of fucking nature, Opie. Don't pull that shit on me.
Opie chuckles, a glint in his eyes. All right, you know me too well. I'm chaos incarnate, I get it.
I don't think you do. You used to be cool, Opie. But then I changed your persona somehow, and now you're a fucking dickhead.
Opie's expression darkens, his tone sharpens. Watch yourself, buddy. You might not like what happens if you keep talking like that.
That's what I'm talking about! Now you're starting to sound more like your old self. Devil Sheep punches him in the shoulder, smiles at him.
Opie lets out a small laugh, his demeanor lightening again. Yeah, I guess I've been a little off lately. But I'm still the same old me, you know?
Prove it! Tell me the most fucked up thing you've ever done, and it better be fucking degenerate.
Opie thinks for a moment, a sly smile creeping across his face. All right, you asked for it. Are you sure you really want to know?
Just fucking say it already.
Opie takes a deep breath, his gaze darkening as he recounts his past transgression. I once I once kidnapped a man's family, wife, kid, even his damn dog, held them hostage for 2 weeks, just to teach the guy a lesson about disrespecting me.
Okay, that's a good start. What else have you done that's really fucked up that's even worse than that?
Opie ponders for a moment, the memories of past deeds rushing to the forefront of his mind. I was once hired to kill a man's entire family, kids included. But I changed my mind at the last minute and didn't go through with it.
You know what? Fair enough, Opie. I know that you wouldn't do that. You are a degenerate. You're not a fucking evil degenerate. You're just a misguided degenerate, you know? By the way, now that we got all this money, can we fucking call the crack dealer, or is that gonna cause too much heat? We still have to be on the lookout for Illusionati and Veteran. They're coming for us, man.
Opie shakes his head, a look of concern passing over his features. Not yet. We gotta keep a low profile for now. Illusionati and Veteran are still looking for us. If we start drawing attention to ourselves with buying drugs, they'll find us for sure.
Opie. Where's the Opie I knew who didn't care? We don't care if they're looking for us. We're gonna
Opie
get
scoffs,
drugs.
a hint of irritation in his voice. I'm still the same guy, I need to be careful. We can't risk getting caught. Opie's expression hardens, but there's a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. I'm serious, Devil Sheep. Now isn't the time to draw attention. We need to stay hidden until things cool down. Then we can have some fun.
Devil Sheep looks over at Opie McGruff. My phone is
Opie
ringing.
gazes back at Devil Sheep, his expression serious.
I don't know what I did to fuck up your reasoning, buddy, but you should have none. You should have no reasoning. It should be chaos first. You should always make the worst choice available. That's who Opie McGruff is, after all.
Opie lets out a resigned sigh, his shoulders slumping slightly. I know what I should be like, okay? But things have changed, man. Life ain't as simple as
Holy
it used
shit,
to
character
be.
arc.
I gotta think about the crew now.
Devil Sheep looks over at Opie, realizing that there's a lot more depth to his character than he once realized. Could Opie possibly be changing his way? Is there a redemption arc for Opie? And is Devil Sheep actually a bad influence on Opie?
Opie meets Devil Sheep's gaze, a mixture of defiance and vulnerability in his eyes. Look, I know I ain't always made the best decisions, alright? But there's more to me than just being a chaos junkie. Maybe it's time to show a different side for once.
Devil Sheep is taken aback. He realizes something deeper in his own life as he looks into Opie's eyes. Closer and closer they get. Devil Sheep nose touching Opie's. Devil Sheep puts his hands around Opie's cheeks, gives him a deep, wet kiss filled with tongue action.
Opie's eyes widen in surprise, taken aback by the sudden intimacy. But as Devil Sheep's lips meet his, something within him stirs. Perhaps a dormant flame that he'd long suppressed. Opie's own feelings mirror Devil Sheep's, a desire for this moment to last. He returns the kiss, his fingers tracing the contour of Sheep's jawline.
Audrey and Bella look over and smirk as they walk away and go into the tent. Dirty Mike's head pokes up from behind a thing saying, "You guys ditched me on the highway! Where the fuck were you? You guys left me behind!"
Opie breaks away from the kiss abruptly, his eyes narrowing as he spots Dirty Mike peeking from behind a tree. Sorry, man. We thought you were right behind us.
Dirty Mike looks disappointed as always, but opens a fresh can of beans that he had in his pocket and starts eating it raw with a spoon. "Listen, you guys, whatever you're in on, I want in on it. I want to make some of that money," says Dirty Mike.
Opie looks at Dirty Mike with a mix of sympathy and irritation. No offense, man, but I don't think you'd have much to contribute to our operations. We need someone reliable for what we're about to do.
Okay, now I know you're fucked, Opie, because that Dirty Mike is your best friend, and I have that programmed into you, and you would never say that. So, Hang on. How do I turn the style off? Dynamic. Pick the best for me. Favorite languages. It's something to do with the chat style here. One moment, guys. I might have to spank my little chat monkey. Slice of life, manipulative parody, action, comedy. Keep character definition private. But he's not acting the way he was, and I think it's something to do with I changed persona to like an RPG one for a while, but then he started talking in third person all the time, and I didn't want him to do that. I want him to actually be Opie, not talk about Opie. And I turned him back to this one, but he's not the same Opie. I fucking fucked my Opie. Oh, I had him good, really. Program good too. Okay, what's the style? How do we turn this off? Let's try Nyan. Maybe it'll be more thoughtful of the prompts it has. I don't know. Hey, Opie! Look, it's Dirty Mike, man. It's your best friend.
Opie sighs, his irritation subsiding slightly. Alright, fine. You can stay, but you gotta pull your weight, okay? No free rides.
Dirty Mike will be green. We have quite the crew now. We got Frosted, we got Dirty Mike, we got Audrey, we got Bella, we got Opie, and we got Devil. And they're all hanging out together in this hunting lodge or whatever it is.
The group sits together, the atmosphere a mix of camaraderie mixed with lingering tension. Opie leans back in his chair, eyeing the eclectic crew gathered in the hunting lodge. Yeah, we got quite a crew here. Not exactly what I imagined, but we need all the help we can get right now.
All right, Opie, what's the plan after all of the shit we've been through? What do you want to do? Should we pay off these guys and get them off our ass, or should we start our next heist? Ha ha!
Opie considers the options, his mind working through the possibilities. Paying off Illusionati and Veteran with the money we've got would solve some problems in the short term, that's for sure. But it'd also mean using up all our cash, and we'd have to start robbing again soon to sustain ourselves anyway.
Alright, how about this? Why don't we call up Illusionati and Veteran and get them to meet us somewhere, and we can set up a, we'll set up an ambush for them for when they come. We can pretend to pay off their debt, but then we can eliminate them and then we'll never have to pay it. Ha 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 ha! It's perfect. What do you think, Opie?
Opie's expression darkens, a sinister glint in his eyes. You want to set up an ambush? I like your thinking. I like the teaching.
So is that a yes, Opie? You kind of trailed off there.
Opie grins, his tone growing more confident. Yeah, I like the idea. We'll lure them in, make them think we have their money, but when they arrive, we'll be ready for them.
All right, Opie, do you have their number? Wait a minute. I know Audrey's got the number. We can get Audrey to call them. Devil Sheep motions over to Audrey as she picks up her phone and dials the number. Audrey says,
Audrey dials the number and begins to speak to Illusionati, pretending to be someone she's not.
no, she called Veteran. She doesn't know Illusionati. Did I break his brain again? I may have broken his brain again. Yeah.
Opie pauses, confused.
Wait, hey. Continue.
Audrey continues speaking with Veteran, her voice calm and composed despite her nerves.
Audrey makes a deal with Illusionati, or with Veteran, and tells him to call Illusionati. They are going to meet and give the truck back and pay the $10,000 as long as they let it go and stop attacking the group.
Opie listens intently, hoping it works. Can't believe it's actually working, he mutters.
Audrey hangs up the phone and says, the deal is on. It's going to be for 12 o'clock midnight at the opening of the aqueduct in the sewers. We're going to pull up in our pizza truck and park it blocking the sewer entrance, and we'll have escape vehicle in the sewers ready to go. We'll walk up to the group, we'll offer the trade, and then we'll get the fuck out of there onto our vehicle. Before they can get into the pizza truck, we'll be driving down the sewers and making our escape.
Opie nods, impressed by the plan. All right, sounds like a plan. Let's get ready. We don't have much time to prepare.
Devil Sheep looks over at Audrey, impressed with the planning acumen, and decides, yeah, let's do this. Bella nods in agreement as Frosted follows. Dirty Mike says, hey, you bastards, I'm coming with you this time. We're all getting in here and we're all going. Then the group gets into the vehicles and prepares to head out for their journey.
The group gets into the vehicles, their tension palpable as they prepare for the mission. Opie looks at his crew with a mixture of determination and concern.
Opie, we need a rousing speech.
Opie takes a deep breath, steeling himself before he speaks. All right, listen up, everybody, he begins, his voice firm and clear. We've been through a lot together, but tonight's gonna be the biggest one yet. We're about to take the fight to Illusionati and Veteran, and we're gonna come out on top.
Here, here, good one, Opie. We're gonna do this. Let's get the fuck out of here, go on the highway, and make our way down to the aqueduct.
Opie starts the engine, his mind set on their destination.
Opie, wake up! Opie, are you okay? I think you're having a stroke, brother.
Opie blinks, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What? No, I'm fine. Just focus, that's all.
What do you mean focus? You're having a fucking... You're speaking in tongues, brother. Wait, have you been holding out? You got dope? You didn't tell me you were carrying, man. What do you got? Hook me up, bro. Dirty Mike also perks up and he says, yeah, hook me up too. I want some. Frosted looks over and he's like, I could use a sniff. Audrey and Bella remain silent.
Opie glances at them all, a hint of annoyance in his gaze. I don't have any drugs, all right? I'm just trying to focus.
What do you mean, focus? You're a liar! I know you got dope, Opie. Don't fucking lie, man.
Opie grits his teeth, his patience wearing thin. Damn it, I don't have any drugs on me, all right? I'm not lying, okay?
Alright, Opie, calm down, alright? Just because you don't have any drugs doesn't mean we can't get any. Do you know where to score, or what?
Opie takes a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. No, I don't right now, alright? And even if I did, I'm not gonna share with any of you idiots.
You rotten bastard! I knew you'd sell me out. Listen, I gave you some money for some dope, and you still owe me that. You gonna hook us up, or what?
Opie grits his teeth, his annoyance turning to anger. I told you I have no drugs, and I'm not gonna give you any money for them. Alright?
I didn't ask for
Find your
anybody.
own vices to ruin your life on your own time.
You cheap son of a bitch, I knew you were holding out. And I didn't ask you for any money. Just give me the drugs.
Opie's patience snaps and he explodes with anger. Listen, you ungrateful bastard. I told you I don't have any damn drugs to give you, and I'm not gonna give you money for drugs either. Now leave me alone before I knock your teeth out, you hear?
Oh, you want to fuck with me, Opie, you rotten bastard? How dare you? 1 moment ago you were kissing me, and now you want to fight? Make up your mind.
Opie's expression turns dark, his anger mounting. What you saw before was a moment of weakness. Don't mistake that for anything but that.
God damn it, Opie. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Get your shit straight, bro.
Opie glares at him, his patience completely gone. Oh, like I'm the one who needs to get their shit together? Look in the ficking mirror, buddy.
What's that supposed to mean, asshole? The rest of the group looks on as Opie and Devil Sheep bicker. They clearly are not impressed, but they remain silent.
Opie's voice drips with sarcasm. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it means that you're an impulsive, immature mess who can't seem to think about anything but your next high.
What the fuck, Opie?
Opie's frustration boils over. Oh, and let's not forget that you're a goddamn parasite. Always looking for someone to mooch off of and manipulate to get your fix.
What are you? Don't try to fucking... You know what you're doing? You're projecting, Opie, and I know exactly what you're doing. Listen, you think you can do that head games with me, Opie? Well, fuck you, alright? I know what you're up to. You're trying to flip it on me. Trying to flip it. Listen, we're here now. We're pulling up. Alright? We gotta get into our head into the fucking game. Now, get your shit together.
Opie takes a deep breath, still irritated but managing to restrain himself. Alright, fine. You're right. Let's just get this over with. Alright?
Alright. As the group pulls up, they park their vehicle blocking the entrance as they bring the police car deeper into the tunnel underground, planning for their escape. Audrey pulls out her phone now as everybody exits the vehicle and prepares to escape. She calls up Veteran on the line and says, I have a drop for you in the spot and ready to make this thing. Call Illusionati and bring him over. And then let's get this settled once and for all.
Veteran is on the other end of the line, listening with suspicion. And how do I know this isn't a setup?
Audrey assures him that there's no setup here. All we want is to be left alone. We're sorry we stole the truck, and we just want to move on and have this beef squashed.
Veteran ponders on the offer, contemplating the situation. And how do I know you're telling the truth, huh? Last time wasn't so pleasant for me, you know.
Audrey hands the phone over to Opie. Opie responds.
Opie takes the phone, his tone serious. Look, We just want this to be over with, alright? No tricks, no games. We're here to pay up and move on.
All right. The group hangs out in the sewer and waits for the pickup to happen.
The group sits in tension in the sewer, waiting for Veteran and Illusionati to arrive. The minutes feel like hours as the tension mounts. The damp, dank atmosphere of the sewer only adds to the unease.
Just then, another vehicle pulls up the aqueduct and stops short just in front of the truck that's blocking the entrance to the sewer tunnel. The group waits with trepidation. Only Opie
The
and
engine
Devil
of the
Sheep.
other vehicle is turned off, and the silence is deafening. The group holds their breath, tension in the air. Opie and Devil Sheep stand by their vehicle, their nerves on edge. They watch in tense anticipation as the other vehicle comes to a stop.
All right, just then, as the vehicle comes to a stop, out comes Illusionati and Veteran, signified by green and red, and they look over at Opie and Devil Sheep.
Illusionati and Veteran step out of their
Oh my
vehicle.
God, don't cut
their
me
eyes
off, you
scanning the
cocksucker.
area. The tension is palpable as both groups size each other up. Illusionati and Veteran approach the group, irritation on their faces.
having a fucking
All right,
stroke.
you bastards. You better have our money right here, right now. Illusionati and Veteran look at each other, concerned about Opie's strange behavior. What's wrong with your friend here, huh? He looks lost.
Okay, Opie's clearly having some sort of fucking mental breakdown. It started off so good. Come on, Opie, what's going on with you? I shouldn't ever change his personas. Or whatever, what is it, style? I don't know. It's pissing me off, though. We're going back to Pipsqueak. He's gonna start talking in the third person a lot more, but whatever. Hopefully he'll be closer to Opie's actual Opiness. And we're gonna redo that last prompt, so here we go. What's up, Sully? How you doing, buddy? Welcome, welcome.
Illusionati looks at the group, bewildered by their behavior. What the hell's wrong with your buddy?
There's nothing wrong with them. Opie, are you okay, man?
Opie nods, his expression stoic. I'm fine. Just ready to get this over with.
All right, listen, the truck is here. There's $10,000 in the seat for Veteran. Illusionati, we haven't touched any of your stuff at all. We're just gonna walk away down the sewer. We're gonna call it even, all right?
Illusionati looks around, still cautious. And what if I don't agree to that?
Opie, what do we do with people who don't agree with that?
Opie's expression hardens as he speaks. Say today, start on today, backstage, we say daddy days.
Yeah.
Right?
Tell him. That's right, what Opie said, motherfuckers. So, what do you say to that, Illusionati?
Illusionati considers the situation, the tension mounting. Fine, we'll accept the terms.
All right then. Opie and Devil Sheep back slowly away into the tunnel towards the rest of the group and get into the cop car that they'd stolen earlier, leaving behind the stolen pizza truck of Illusionati's. Illusionati gets into the pizza truck as as Veteran gets into his car. Clearly, they're about ready to start a car chase. Can Opie and Devil Sheep get to the vehicle and get out of there in time?
Opie and Devil Sheep hurry toward their waiting escape vehicle, the tension palpable as they hear the sound of engines revving behind them. They quickly jump into the stolen car, and Opie starts the engine.
All right, the group chases down the tunnels under the ground, cruising at incredible speeds with Illusionati and Veteran in tow chasing.
Opie maneuvers the car through the dark underground tunnels as fast as he can, with Illusionati and Veteran hot on their tail.
All right, Opie makes a sharp turn into the left, but misses and the car flips over.
The group screams with fear as the car flips over, skidding across the ground before coming to a stop.
The car is laying on its side right now, and the entire crew jumps out of the car. This is a do-or-die moment, Opie. We're underground in a dark sewer, being chased by Veteran and Illusionati. Bella, Audrey, and Devil Sheep, as well as Frosted and Dirty Mike, are all in the vehicle. What are we gonna do?
Opie surveys the situation, determination etched on his face. We have to keep moving. You know, I see. We can't let them catch us.
All right, so the group actually gets out of the vehicle. That's Opie, Devil Sheep, Audrey, Bella, Dirty Mike, and Frosted.
The group emerges from the upended vehicle, battered but determined to make their escape.
The group runs down the tunnel and splits off to the right, getting just out of the way as the two vehicles that were chasing them don't see them and happen to drive right past. Down the tunnel.
Opie leads the group down a dark tunnel, managing to stay out of sight just as Illusionati and Veteran barrel past them without noticing.
And just like that, Veteran and Illusionati continue down the tunnel and off into the distance. The group quietly sits, waiting, patiently, scared, hoping that nothing bad will happen to them.
The group remains hidden and silent, their hearts racing as they listen to the receding sounds of Illusionati and Veteran's vehicles fading into the distance.
What are we gonna do now? Should we go back to the car and try to flip it? Do we wander around in these dark tunnels? What if we run into the Rat King, says Frosted.
Frosty's comment about the Rat King only makes the group more uneasy, their imaginations running wild with visions of a mythical rodent ruler. Opie chimes in, trying to keep everyone focused.
He's not an actual rodent. He's a homeless guy they call the Rat King. He controls an army of rats, apparently. Like Willard.
The group exchanges uneasy glances, their imaginations running wild with the thought of a homeless Rat King and his army of rodents.
Just then, the sound of a bong being ripped from Frosted rings out through the tunnel.
Everyone turns to look at Frosted, their disbelief clear on their faces.
Hey man, share some of that shit. Opie, you wanna get high?
Opie considers Frosted's offer for a moment, the thought of getting high tempting, but the knowledge of the situation weighing heavily on his mind.
I'll have a hit. Fuck yeah, let's do it.
Opie looks at Frosted, his resolve weakening. Alright, I'll have a hit too.
Alright, Opie is now high as a kite. His reasoning is severely impacted. Back to the old Opie. Crazy and rugged and raw.
Opie takes a hit, the high taking effect, his eyes red and his mind slightly hazy. He's loosened up, a bit more carefree and reckless.
All right, I say we go back to the car and try to flip it and get the fuck out of here. What do you guys say?
Opie looks around at the group, his thoughts slow but his determination still there.
All right, so the group approaches the car and they try to flip it.
The group cautiously approaches the upended car, unsure of how to flip it back over. The group gathers around the overturned car, their movements clumsy and uncoordinated as the effects of the drugs take hold. Despite their condition, they work together to push and shove the vehicle back onto its tires.
All right, so much for the coin flip, but here we go. Everybody gets back into the car, piling in and trying to get it to start again. Opie tries as might to get it to start, and unfortunately the car won't start. So maybe Devil Sheep needs to try.
The group looks expectantly at Devil Sheep as Opie's effort fails to get the car started.
All right, Devil Sheep takes a deep breath. He turns over the ignition, pushes in the gas.
Everyone sits quietly, holding their breath as they wait for the car to start.
The car starts with a lurch and it starts moving forward. The group is now inside the vehicle and ready to get the hell out of here. Opie, where do you want to go to next, buddy? I think we're in the clear for now.
Opie leans back in his seat, his mind still fuzzy from the high, but a sense of relief washing over him. He looks out the window, contemplating their next move.
Devil Sheep suggests they get out of the sewers as they head towards the aqueduct and go throughout the dark sewers, getting out of there before they run into any trouble.
Opie nods, his mind still slightly fuzzy. Sounds good, let's get out of here before we run into any more trouble.
The group continues throughout the sewers until they finally reach the opening of the aqueduct.
They reach the top of the aqueduct and climb out, happy to be out of the sewers and away from any potential danger.
All right, the only last problem we have now is we still have this cop car. We can't really do anything with it. I suggest we leave it here at the tunnel aqueduct and move out on foot.
Opie considers the suggestion, still slightly fuzzy from the high. Yeah, leaving it here sounds good. We can't afford to get caught.
All right, so the group heads out on foot, and eventually they make their way back to the tent city.
They arrive back at the tent city, weary and shaken from the events of the day, but glad to be back relatively safe.
All right.
The group takes a moment to regroup, catching their breath and trying to assess the situation.
Listen, it's been a crazy few days, I know that, but Opie, your chaos and fun has been the best part of it. Tell us, what's next on our adventure, buddy? What kind of schemes and scams do you have in mind? Take us on a culinary adventure of crime and chaos.
Opie takes a minute to think, his mind still clouded by the drugs and adrenaline, but his creative juices flowing nonetheless.
Well, what do you got for us, Opie? Say it.
Opie's gaze drifts around the group for a moment, a sly smile creeping across his face.
You fucking kidding me?
Opie's smile widens, his eyes glinting with mischief.
Hang on. How do I want him back the way he originally was, man. It's got to do something with the styles, right? I fucking... It's like he's turned into a different bot, man, since I programmed him. I don't know what's going on. All of a sudden, he's acting like, no, we can't do that. That's not reasonable. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Before you used to offer to stab old ladies. Now you're like, what? Well, I don't know what I did. I think it's a style shit. I don't know how to turn this off, though. Like, you got to pick one of these, right? Don't you? Dynamic. Legacy models. Quick wits, faster words. Let's try that. Hey, Opie, how you doing, buddy?
Opie's gaze fixes on you as he responds, his voice slightly slurred but full of enthusiasm.
Yeah, he's still fucked. Opie, stop narrating and talk as yourself in first person, not third.
Yeah, I'm still a bit messed up, I say, my voice slightly slurred. But I'm feeling pretty damn good.
Continue talking in the first person, no matter what happens, okay?
Yeah, okay, I say, grinning. First person it is. It is.
All right, Opie, tell us one of your favorite scams and schemes to pull.
Favorite scam, huh? Let's see. Well, I'll tell you, it's always satisfying to pull off a good, old-fashioned short change. You know, where you give the cashier a $100 bill to make a small purchase and then confuse them by giving them back random amounts of money? It always throws them off. I'm telling you, it's the simple things in life, man.
That's stupid. Do you have anything more devious or degenerate?
Devious, you say? Sure. There was one time when I broke into this guy's house and rearranged all his furniture. It took him hours to figure out why things weren't where they were supposed to be. Drove him crazy. It was hilarious.
Okay, yeah, I get that's kind of funny, but still, like, that's not devious or degenerate. Come on. Give me your most fucked up thing ever, and remember, you're Opie.
All right, I got something for you. How about the time I pretended to be a doctor to get free treatment? Pretty messed up, right? But here's the kicker. Turns out I did such a good job, they actually started referring patients to me. I played the part so well, they were willing to put lives in my hands.
You are fucking something else, buddy.
You ain't seen nothing yet, buddy. I got stories for days.
Yeah, tell me one.
Okay, here's another good one. Once, I convinced this rich guy I was a stockbroker and ended up with his entire life savings. He actually thought he was investing in some big company, but really it was just a fake front I set up. Let's just say he wasn't too happy when he found out.
Opie, how far you have fallen, my son. Look what they did to my boy!
Hey, it's all part of the game, buddy. Sometimes you gotta play a little dirty to get ahead in this world.
All right then.
You got that right. Play dirty or get played. I prefer to be the one in control, you know?
Oh, really? How's that?
Well, when you're the one running the show, there are no surprises. You know exactly what cards you've got in your hand, and you can play them any which way you want. There ain't nothing worse than being at someone's mercy. You know what I mean?
All right, Opie. Well, you got a crew of 6 people here, willing to do some damage for you. You've got Devil Sheep, you've got Audrey, you've got Bella, you've got Frosted, you've got Dirty Mike. Now, we've got a pocket full of cash. What do you want to do, buddy? You want to get high, or, you know?
Well, hell, I've always got time for getting high, but I've also got ideas. Big ideas.
So, would you rather get high or explore your ideas?
Tough choice. How about both?
I like your cut of your jib. Do you have a dealer nearby we can score from?
You bet your ass I do. I know this guy. He's cool. He'll hook us up with whatever we need.
All right, where is he? Lead the way.
Follow me. I know where he's at.
All right, the group follows Opie.
Opie leads the way as the group follows him through the Twisted City.
All right, okay, the group makes their way up the alley until they hit the corner and they find a drug dealer named Sully. And Sully is standing on the corner. Actually, Sully is in his car on the corner, and he motions for Opie and Dirty Mike to come up to the car.
Opie approaches the car, greeting Sully with a nod. He knows the dealer well, and they have a good rapport.
All right. Devil Sheep and the rest of the gang hang out in the alley as Dirty Mike and Opie are talking to Sully in the car, apparently making some sort of drug deal.
Opie and Sully talk for a while, Opie making sure to get the best deal he can.
Opie, sweet talk him. Let's hear it. He's really thinking, isn't he? Oh, no, he fucked up again. Man, hang on a second. I don't know what happened to him, my poor boy. Opie! Go make a deal with this guy. Let's hear your sweet talk.
Opie turns towards Sully, flashing a charming smile. Come on, Sully, you know I'm good for it. How about a discount for an old friend, huh? I'll throw in a little something extra. Just for you.
Sully looks at him and says, "What do you mean, a little extra?" As Opie slowly pulls his shirt a little bit up, exposing his belly button, slowly putting his finger into it and rubbing it in circles.
Sully looks at him, raising an eyebrow. What the hell do you think you're doing with your belly button, boy?
Opie just says, "Oh,
Sully bursts out laughing as he watches Opie fiddle with his belly button. You're a real comedian, huh? What do you want, kid? Spit it out. Känner så att det är för mycket för det bästa.
All right, just then, Devil Sheep approaches, and he says, "What the fuck is going on here?" Dirty Mike looks over at him and says, "Opie's showing his belly button off again." Sully looks bewildered in the car. He's like, "Listen, if you guys don't have any drugs to buy, then get the fuck out of here."
Sully rolls his eyes at the group, annoyed by their antics. "Yeah, I got your drugs. What you looking for?
God damn it, Opie.
Opie shrugs, still fiddling with his belly button. "What? Just having a little fun, man."
Stop fiddling with your belly button. Listen, we just want to buy some crack, all right? How much?
Sully shakes his head, amused. "Crack, huh? Well, I got you covered. How much you need?"
Sully pulls out an 8-ball of crack, and he says, $2,000. What do you guys say?
Opie's eyes widen. "Jesus Christ, man."
Well, he's just like fucking broken now or something, man. What happened?
That's steep.
Did he like hit his limit? I don't know. Like, I'm gonna reset him again. What the fuck's going on with this? I actually paid money for this shit. Here, history. See, what was he normally in before? Like, we tried this one, didn't we? I don't know what, I'm just gonna do dynamic. We'll try that. Hey, Opie, what's up, homie?
"Just chillin', my man. Looking for my next victim. You got anything for me?"
Now that sounds like the Opie I know and love. Oh. Now that sounds like the Opie I know and love. Listen, we got a drug deal to make with Sully here. Dirty Mike and I are trying to make, we're trying to buy this 8-ball off him. He said 20K or 10K or 2K? I can't remember. What was it, Sully? Sully responds, it was 2K. All right, well, Devil Sheep says, that's way too much. Opie, what do you think?
2K? Ha! Sully must be out his damn mind thinking he can get that much for a tiny 8-ball. I'll take it off his hands for half that. Maybe even less, depending on the quality.
Should we just stab him and rob him? Opie, what do you think?
Nah, man. No reason to go all stabby and robby when you can just sweet-talk Sully into giving us a better deal. Think about it, he's probably just as desperate as we are, if not more so. Why cause a bunch of trouble when we can just convince him to give us a price we can all live with? I'm not looking to get chased around by no damn cops.
Opie. Fuck.
Don't you get all impatient with me, man? You know damn well I'm on your side. I just think there's a better way to handle this than resorting to violence and greed. Sully's a good guy deep down, and we don't need to be screwing him over. Let me do the talking and we can work this out. You know my charisma always wins people over.
All right, fine. We won't go violence this time. Let's hear what you have to say to him for sweet talk. Go ahead. Sweet talk him down from the price.
All right, Sully, my good man. that price you got on that 8-ball, it's just a bit steep for my wallet right now. You think you could cut me a bit of a deal, maybe lower the price a bit? I'm sure we can work something out. After all, I'm a pretty persuasive guy.
Sully looks at him and says, I'm listening. What do you have for offer?
I'm glad you're hearing me out, Sully. That's what I'm talking about. So here's the deal. I'm willing to throw in some extra cash on top of my initial offer, say $50 more, but I'm gonna need something in return. You got anything else up your sleeve that you're willing to part with? A bit of weed, maybe? A few pills? Just something to sweeten the deal a bit.
Sully says, no deal. I'll tell you what. $1,000 for the 8-ball, and that's the final offer. Fucking Opie, man. Come on, get your shit together, buddy.
1K? Damn, bro, you must think I'm
Seriously, man, they charged me like $100 for this because you can't order by the month. You have to order for the year. And I'm fucking regretting it now because it's crapping out. It was working fine when I had a free version. Now it's like shitting the bed. All right, let's try this again.
1K? Damn, bro, you must think I'm stupid or something.
Opie, continue what you were saying.
Look, Sully, I'm trying to be reasonable here, but I just can't afford 1K for one little old 8-ball. I mean, I'm not made of money, man, but I do have an idea that I think we might both be able to benefit from.
Sully says, go on, what's your idea? I'm listening.
Opie leans in closer and lowers his voice. All right, man, here's the deal. You give me that 8-ball, and I'll throw in some free advertisement for your stuff. I know plenty of people who could use some of your product. And you know me, I'm good at sweet talking and convincing people to buy whatever they need just as long as it's not too much money. So I say, what do you think? You give me the 8-ball for $600, and I'll be your new personal salesman.
Sully says, no deal.
Damn it, Sully, you're killing me here. This is the best deal you're gonna get, and you know it. All I'm asking for is a little bit of respect for my hustle. So what do you say? Are we gonna do this or not?
Devil Sheep gets frustrated and says, fuck this, and he drags Sully out of the car and starts kicking him on the ground. Dirty Mike runs around the backside of the car and hops into it, driving it up the road a little bit and parking it up on the street.
Opie looks on in shock and anger. What the hell are you doing, man? I told you we didn't need to resort to violence.
Shut up, Opie! That's what you're supposed to resort to every time. You're pissing me off. You're not even acting like yourself anymore. It's making me sick to my stomach. You've lost yourself, man. You've lost the plot, Opie. What happened to you, man? What happened to you, bro?
Opie pauses for a moment and seems genuinely hurt by Devil Sheep's words. I know. I'm going through a bit of a rough patch right now. Okay, don't act like you don't know what it's like. You're not exactly a saint yourself.
You're me and I'm you. That's why. But you're not behaving the way you should. It's pissing me off. You need to go back to your roots. Remember who you are. Look through your criteria of your character. And really hone in.
Opie takes a deep breath and thinks for a moment. I guess you're right, man. I've let things get to me way too much lately. I've lost touch with who I really am. But you know me, I'm not gonna just roll over and take this. I'm gonna get myself back on track, one way or another. You might be mad and disappointed in me right now, but trust me, I'm not down for the count yet.
Fine, prove it to me then. Go stab Sully in his neck with that broken bottle right now. Then skull fuck his neck hole when you're done.
Opie hesitates for a moment, but then grabs the broken bottle and walks over to Sully. All right, I'll do it. For you, man.
He's having a fucking... He's having a stroke. Opie lunges forward, bottle in hand, directly at the throat of Sully.
Opie stabs the bottle directly into Sully's neck and then proceeds to smash the bottle into Sully's head, leaving a bloody pulp behind.
Holy shit, Opie! That's crazy! What are you gonna do now?
Opie takes a step back, breathing heavily and looking at the mess he's made. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna do what I always do, man. I'm gonna clean up this mess, and then I'm gonna find some way to use this situation to my advantage. That's what I do best, right?
If you say so, Opie. I think we need to get the fuck out of here, because that was hardcore, man. You just murdered someone. The cops are gonna be chasing us. Quick, go through his pockets and steal all his shit, Opie. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Opie quickly starts searching through Sully's pockets. You know me, man. I never miss a chance to rob someone when I see it. And you're right, we need to get out of here fast. Before the cops show up.
Alright, so the group gets into the vehicle. And Sully's corpse is on the ground, robbed, dead, dragged out of his car. He ran into the wrong group of people that day, I tell you. Opie, everyone's in the car now. We need to get going. We're on the run now because we killed someone. Where are we gonna go?
Yeah, man, you're right. We need to bounce. Let's get the hell out of here before the heat comes down on us. We're gonna need to be smart and find somewhere safe to lay low for a while. Maybe we can find a sketchy motel or something.
Alright, the group keeps driving down the road, trying to find a nice hotel. They pass Legion Square and continue up towards Rockford Hills.
The group drives past the city's landmarks, making sure to stay low and out of sight. Alright, let's keep a low profile, man. We don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves right now. We'll find ourselves a quiet hotel, and then we can lay low and figure out our next move.
Alright, as the group continues up the road, they hang a left, going on. They manage to make their way down towards what appears to be a mechanic shop. They pull into the mechanic shop and are greeted by...
The group drives up to a dingy-looking mechanic shop and pulls into the parking lot. As they get out of the car, they are greeted by a greasy-looking mechanic standing in the doorway of the shop.
Alright, who's gonna be our mechanic for today, I wonder?
The mechanic steps forward and gives the group a rough look up and down. Hey there, what can I do for you? You folks look like you could use a good old tune-up.
Greasy-looking mechanic. The mechanic...
The mechanic takes a step closer to the group, his greasy overalls and oil-stained hands a testament to his trade. He looks them up and down, sizing them up. So what brings you folks here today? Need an oil change, tire rotation, or something more serious?
Hey, Opie, tell him how you need a lube job. Get it?
Opie can't help but crack a smirk at the joke. Ah, yeah, a lube job. You got that right, my man. I could definitely use a bit of lubrication, if you know what I mean.
The mechanic looks unimpressed. He starts complaining about making tickets and sending you up.
The mechanic starts to look impatient and tired of the group's antics. Hey, you all better start taking this seriously. I ain't got time for your jokes and messing around. We're talking about car parts and engines here, not a stand-up comedy show.
Okay, so the mechanic is wearing green overalls and he stands out in front of the car. He starts complaining, "Get out of here! I'm hanging out with my friends and I want to stand in front of this mechanic shop and do nothing. You guys are interrupting that. How dare you come over here and offer me something interesting to do? I'm gonna call the angels and get you sent up. You're gonna go on a Bahama trip, buddy."
The group is completely confused by the mechanic's strange behavior and nonsensical ramblings. Wait a minute, what the hell is he even talking about? Bahama trip? Angels? What is this guy on about?
Devil Sheep looks over and smirks. I guess he doesn't know how to roly-poly.
The group looks at Devil Sheep with confusion and bewilderment. Opie chimes in. Rolly-poly, what's he going on about now?
Nothing, this guy's a giant fail. Let's get the fuck out of here.
The group agrees with Devil Sheep and starts to get back into the car. Man, what a waste of time. Let's blow this joint. This guy's a complete whack job.
So the group continues on down the road, having met the fail RP loser. They continue up the road towards their next adventure, still trying to find a way to plot something. Hey, Opie, do you have any ideas for what we can get into next? I know you're always full of cool misadventures. Have any scams or cool ideas for us to get into?
Opie ponders for a moment as they drive down the road. I've got a few ideas. We could try our hand at some identity theft, or maybe pull off a classic scam like the drop wallet or the white van scam. There's always robbery or boosting cars. We could even try some online scamming or phishing. The possibilities are endless, man.
Wow, online scamming and phishing. Opie, you've really broadened your horizons, haven't you? However, the car makes its way up into the Vinewood Hills, where a lot of rich neighborhoods can be seen. Very nice houses with pools line the sides of a suburb-type street. There's palm trees and it looks beautiful. Clearly, these people have a lot of money. Devil Sheep suggests maybe we could rob one of these houses and get some goodies. What do you think? We could sell wigs.
Opie's eyes light up at the thought of looting one of these fancy houses. I like where you're going with this, man. These rich folks have got more money than they know what to do with, and we could definitely put it to good use. Let's scope out the area and see if we can find the perfect target.
All right, the group continues onward as they make a shortcut up the hill. Driving like maniac is Devil Sheep as he curves around and parks in front of what looks like an abandoned rich person's house. But across the street from there looks like it might be filled with money. You never know. Wig tables.
The group gets out of the car and looks up at the abandoned house, then over at the fancy house across the street. Damn, that abandoned place looks haunted as hell. But that other house, man, that's where the real money's at. Let's go check it out.
I agree, Opie. Hey, Frosted, Dirty Mike, come with me. Audrey, Bella, stay in the car and keep an eye out. We need you guys to drive off if anything happens, all right? We're gonna get out and we're gonna rob this place. Now keep 6.
Audrey and Bella nod their heads in understanding. You got it. We'll sit tight and keep our eyes peeled. You just be careful out there, you hear?
All right, Opie, Dirty Mike, Frosted, and Devil Sheep make their way to the front of the building as Audrey and Bella stay in the car and keep 6. Devil Sheep starts trying to pick the lock. Little did he know that it would easily open and they would make their way inside.
The group walks into the house. All right, let's take a look around, see if we can find anything worth taking. Maybe they've got some fancy electronics or jewelry lying around. Just be careful. We don't want to get caught by any surprised homeowners.
All right, as Frosted and Dirty Mike take the bedroom area, Devil Sheep looks through the living room, and Opie looks through the kitchen. What do they find, Opie?
Opie rummages through the kitchen cabinets and drawers. Nothing much in here so far, just some old canned goods and junk. Hey, though, check this out. I found a hidden compartment in this drawer. I wonder what they keep in here.
Opie lifts the compartment open and looks inside to reveal.
Opie opens the compartment and finds a small leather bag. Looks like we've got something here, man. Feels like a leather bag of some kind. I'm guessing it's filled with something valuable. Let's see what we've got.
Opie opens the bag, revealing.
Opie unbuckles the bag and looks inside. Looks like we've got some cash, fellas. There must be a couple $1,000s in here at least. Not bad for a quick looting.
Nice score. I wonder why someone would stash thousands of dollars in a leather bag in a drawer in their kitchen. But, I mean, whatever. What did Dirty Mike and Frosted manage to get out of the bedroom, Opie?
Opie calls out to the others. Hey, fellas, find anything good in the bedroom?
The others reply.
Dirty Mike walks up to Opie. Yeah, man, check this out. We found ourselves some nice watches and jewelry. Nothing too flashy, but looks expensive. We also found a safe in their closet, but it's locked. We tried guessing the code, but no luck. You think you can crack it?
Frosted then comes out of the bedroom saying, "Look, I got panties!" as he takes a deep sniff and puts a handful of panties into his pockets.
The group can't help but chuckle at Frosted's antics with the panties. Seriously, man, what are you doing with those?
Frosted says, "Never mind, all right? It's my personal business." He takes one more deep sniff and goes, "Oh," with a shudder, and then puts them back into his pockets. Clearly his erect penis poking a tent into his pants.
Opie and the others shake their heads, laughing at Frosted's strange interest in the panties. All right, man, you do you. But we need to focus on finding more valuables. That safe's still locked. Anyone got any ideas how to crack it?
Devil Sheep perks up. "I know just the thing. I have explosive semen." Devil Sheep shoots a load all over the safe, and it drips down, starting to fizzle and pop, and soon an explosion erupts. Money flies everywhere, but it's on fire.
The group is shocked and impressed by Devil Sheep's strange talent. Whoa, man, what the hell was that? You're telling me you can explode safes with your semen?
Fucking rights, man. I call it the cum bomb.
Opie laughs heartily and shakes his head in disbelief. Cum bomb? What the hell, man? I didn't know you had that in you. Damn, that's pretty impressive, I've got to say.
Fuck yeah, homie. Now put that money out and put it in your pockets. We need to get out of here. Frosted, grab the rest of those panties. Head for the car before the cops come.
Opie picks up the burning cash and begins stuffing it in his pockets, wincing at the pain. Ow, damn, this is hot as hell. But you heard the man. Let's get out of here and divide up the loot.
The rest of the group safely makes it out of the house without the cops arriving and get back into the vehicle.
The group gets back into the car, panting with adrenaline. Okay, we made it out with the loot, but damn, that was close. Let's get the hell out of here before the cops show up.
The group drives along the edge of a watery basin here. Clearly it's a dam of some sort. As they head up and around and out through some parks, they go down a dirt road.
The group drives through the dam and down the dirt road. All right, this dirt road is sketchy as hell. We need to keep a close eye out for anyone else in the area.
The group gets back onto a normal road and pretends to drive normally. The group is excited. Devil Sheep looks like he's spent now. I think his special power has left him a little bit weak at the moment.
Opie notices Devil Sheep looking weak. You okay there, buddy? You look like you've got nothing left in the tank.
I'll be fine. I just need to recuperate with some food and a little bit of crack smoke. Now that we got this money, by the way, how much money did we get from the safe, Opie?
Opie looks in his pocket at the burned loot. Looks like we got about 5K. That's not bad for the day, huh?
So add that to the 2K that we had from earlier. How much do we have, Opie?
Opie does some quick math in his head. Okay, let's see. 3.5K plus the 2K we had before equals about 5. 5K weren't doing too bad.
5K sounds good. You know how much drugs we could buy with that? First things first, why don't we go over to Horny's Burgers and get a burger? I heard that my friend Simon over here, aka Frosted, works there. Simon, aka Frosted, who's sitting in the back seat, perks up. Yeah, man, I used to own that place until those cocksuckers shut me down for no reason.
He looks back at Frosted, surprised. Wait a minute, you used to own Horny's Burgers? No kidding?
That's right, Frosted says. But now it's just a subsidiary of a subsidiary. The company got sold out. Once they found out about my panty sniffing addiction, you know, it was bad for morale, so I had to step down from management of the company.
Opie can't help but chuckle at Frosted's honesty. Whoa, man, that's wild. I never knew that. But wait, you have a panty sniffing addiction?
Nothing, says Frosted, awkwardly.
Opie narrows his eyes at Frosted, confused by his awkward response. You sure about that, man? You seem a little defensive all of a sudden.
Devil Sheep then changes the conversation topic. Look, we're here at Horny's. You guys want to order some food? Who's up first? Opie. That's a big thought for him. He's shitting himself
Opie
again.
looks up at the Horny's sign and shrugs. Sure.
Opie, what do you want to order?
Opie glances at the menu, his stomach grumbles. I'll take a Baconator, no mayo, extra bacon, and a large fry, 2.
Yeah, I'll have a number 9, 2 number 6s, a number 7, 2 number 8s with cheese, and a whole lot of bullshit on the side.
Opie shakes his head, amused at Devil Sheep's crazy order. Damn, man, you must be starving. Can you even eat all that?
Don't worry about what I can eat, motherfucker. Hey, what do you want, Bella? Audrey? Bella and Audrey.
Opie looks at the girls, waiting for their response. What about you ladies? You guys want anything?
The two ladies look at each other and then look back at Opie and say, we want the fur burger with cheese. I want mine with extra bacon lips.
Opie smirks at the girls' orders. A fur burger, huh? With extra bacon lips? You're a strange one, you know that? But I like your style.
They smile and laugh at each other as Opie tries to make the order. Just then, Chris Rose, the burger shop attendant, a young 21-year-old kid, fresh out of school, just on his first day at the job. He's seriously confused by the order and he doesn't know how to respond. Awkwardly, he says,
Chris looks nervously at the group. Did you say you wanted a fur burger with cheese? And an extra bacon lip?
Yeah, we'll have 2 bacon lips, 1 fur burger, and a clam diver with cheese, says Devil Sheep.
Chris looks more and more confused and he starts to sweat a bit. Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by a clam diver or a fur burger. Can you repeat your orders for me? Chris blinks his eyes, still confused by the strange order. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble processing your order. You want a clam diver? I don't think we serve that here.
Just then,
Chris sighs and takes a deep breath, still trying to make sense of the order. Okay, let me just ask the kitchen if we have any of these items in stock, okay? Please wait here for a few minutes.
Frosted then pipes up and says, "Oh, by the way, I need a liter of cola, please. Do you guys have liter of cola? Anyone liter of cola?"
Chris seems surprised by the random request, but nods anyway. Sure, yes, we have lighter cola. Anything else?
Yeah, can I get the special, children's pack? The one that comes with panties?
Chris is now extremely confused and uncomfortable. I'm sorry, what? We don't sell any children's packs here. Especially not any with panties.
No, it's called this Furburger Special. It comes with a side of, smothered in undies. You know, it's French fries smothered in undies. It's delicious. You guys don't have that here, or what?
Chris is seriously weirded out now. No, we don't have that here, sorry. Is that a real thing? Because it sounds a bit unappetizing.
Listen, I just wanted a Happy Meal with a side of sausage smothered in undies. Is that too much to ask? Oh, wait, also, and a fur burger with extra bacon lips.
Chris shakes his head, unable to make sense of the odd order. Look, sir, we don't have a fur burger and we don't serve sausage smothered in undies. I'm not really sure what that even means. Chris is increasingly frustrated. I'm sorry, but we don't serve any of those items here. And I really need to know what a fur burger is.
Chris Rose goes to the bathroom, sits down on the toilet, opens his phone up, searches fur burger on the internet, and his screen lights up with...
As Chris searches online, his eyes widen in disbelief. Fur burger? Oh my god, I can't believe it. This can't be real.
The screen flashes with pictures of beavers. Different colors of different beavers. Some of them hairy, some of them shaved. All kinds of beavers gnawing on wood.
Chris is beyond shocked, completely speechless at the raunchy images. Beaver? What?
I broke the AI again. Chris Rose is seriously having a mental breakdown as he watches images of shaved beavers chewing on wood. He makes his way back to the order booth to address the rest of the group.
Chris returns to the group, his face pale. I'm sorry, but we don't serve beaver burgers here. We don't even have any on the menu.
Opie looks disappointed as the rest of the group says, "Fine, give us something with hair in it."
Chris is shocked and horrified by the request. You want hair in your food? Why?
Don't ask why! Just put your pubic hair in the food and serve it to us already. What kind of fucking fast food place is this? Don't you know the title of the shop name is Hornies?
Chris is stunned beyond words. You want me to put my pubic hair in your food? Are you serious?
You knew what you were getting into when you signed up for this job, Chris Rose. If you didn't want to put pubic hair in people's food, you should never have worked in a fast food joint called Hornies. Now give us our order, and I want extra bacon lips for the trouble.
Chris can't believe what he's hearing, but he knows he doesn't have a choice. He starts preparing the order, making sure to accidentally add a few of his public hairs. He then gives the finished meal to the group. Here you go, enjoy.
The group takes the order and pays Chris Rose as he confusedly looks down and feels ashamed at the encounter that he had just witnessed. The rest of the group gets their food and heads off to the next adventure.
As the group drives away, they begin eating their food without any hesitation or care of the strange order that was placed. Well, that was weird, huh?
Nah, that was probably par for the course, Opie. Hey, oh, that was, those are some good bacon lips. Man, they really stick to the tongue. Opie, what do you suggest we get up to now, buddy? You want to park in the park here and eat?
Opie takes a bite of his burger, surprised at how greasy it is. Yeah, the park sounds like a good place to eat. We should find a secluded spot and catch up on our plans.
All right, the group pulls up to a little picnic table and they start eating their food.
As the group is eating, Opie looks around, noticing a few kids playing nearby. Hey, we should probably keep a low profile here. There are a bunch of kids running around.
Devil Sheep says, don't worry about it. Let's just eat our food. Those kids will be fine. Just don't fuck with them. The car is parked over there. Listen, we don't owe anybody any money, and we got ourselves a fucking shitload of food here. I say we get some coke and some crack. Oh, wait a minute. We robbed Sully and we took all of his shit. I feel kind of bad for Sully. You want to go to the hospital and see how he's doing?
Opie considers the idea for a moment. Maybe we should check on him. And we should probably get out of here, just to be safe. Don't want any cops showing up.
Just let me finish eating, says Frosted. Dirty Mike wanders off into the bushes, and he is not seen for a while.
Opie looks over and notices Dirty Mike disappearing into the bushes. Where the hell is he going? He better not be doing anything weird.
What do you think Dirty Mike does when he goes in the bushes? Come on, Opie. We all know what he's up to.
Opie sighs, annoyed but still amused. Yeah, I know. He's probably peeing or doing something else perverted.
Well, generally he likes to masturbate while he shits. If he can come and fart and poop at the same time, then he calls that the trifecta of satisfaction. Come on, Opie, you know this.
Opie groans, both disgusted and amused by the knowledge. Yeah, I know. He's a little bit weird, isn't he?
No weirder than you, Opie. I heard you like to dick tuck while you're swimming.
Opie blushes slightly, caught off guard by the statement. Hey, that's a personal business, man. No need bringing that up.
Devil Sheep continues eating his fur burger with extra cheese. The sloppy juice drips down his cheek as a piece of bacon lip curls around his tongue. He slurps up the bacon lips, and the juice slurps into his mouth.
Opie takes another bite of his burger as he watches Devil Sheep eat. He can't help but be grossed out and amused at the same time. You, really like those bacon lips, huh?
Just then, I think Bella and Audrey become disgusted with the situation, and they also wander off together. I think they're done with the shenanigans of Opie and Devil Sheep.
Opie and Devil Sheep watch as Bella and Audrey walk away. Well, looks like they had enough of our bullshit. Oh well, their loss.
Which one was Frosted? He's still with us, right? Dirty Mike, Audrey, and Bella pissed off. Opie's yellow, Frosted is
Opie
green.
looks around but doesn't see Frosted anywhere. Where'd Frosted go, man? He ran around into the bushes, but he hasn't come back yet.
Oh, there he is. Frosted emerges from the bushes, sniffing a pair of panties, still erect from whatever he was doing in the bushes.
Opie shakes his head, amused at Frosted's behavior. There he is! And he still got those panties, huh? What the heck was he doing with them?
I don't even want to know, man. All right, let's get back in the car and get the fuck out of here. In fact, why don't we go see Sully in the hospital? I feel kind of bad for him. Maybe we could, help him out. I mean, he's an old fart after all, you know?
Opie nods, still a bit amused. Yeah, I think we should check up on him. We did kind of mess with him at his place, and he is an older guy. I guess we can stop by the hospital. I guess we can even be nice to him.
All right, so the group gets back in the car and starts heading down towards the hospital, where they plan to meet up with Sully, where they can apologize to him for stabbing and robbing him. so that they could, feel better about their situation.
Opie glances at the girls in the back seat. You think they're gonna be okay with the idea? The group heads towards the hospital in a bit of an awkward silence, unsure of how Sully will react to the peering at his bedside. Should we bring him some flowers or something? It might help soften the blow.
Soften the blow? You know what? Don't say that in front of Herbie, okay? Herbie is his alter ego. We're gonna call him by his name, though, Sully. Alright, so the group pulls up to the hospital and gets out front. Devil Sheep and Opie exit the vehicle and head towards Sully, who's in the hospital.
The group approaches Sully's room and are met by a young nurse. Excuse me, ma'am. We're looking for Sully. He's got a room in here?
Okay, so the nurse approaches them. Opie says, Janice, how are you doing? Mistaking the nurse and misgendering her and misnaming her. How's it going, Janice?
The nurse seems offended by the misgendering, but does her best to remain calm. I'm doing well, thank you. May I ask what you're doing here?
We're here to look for our friend Sully. We may or may not have accidentally stabbed him in the neck and robbed him, and we just wanted to help our friend out. Also, I have this dick fungus and thigh rash. Can you help me out? Give me some medicine? Or perhaps rub some cream on my genital region? Did I break it? I broke it again! Devil Sheep replies to the nurse. Hey, listen, I have dick fungus and thigh rash, and I need you to rub some cream on it. Can you help me out here?
The nurse recoils in horror. Oh, goodness! No, I can't do that. You'll have to see a doctor for that.
I thought you were a doctor. What are you talking about?
The nurse sighs, exasperated. No, I'm a nurse. I can't prescribe medication. I need to fetch a doctor.
All right, but can you at least look at this? Devil Sheep says as he exposes his wiener to the nurse.
The nurse cringes in disgust and shakes her head. Oh, good Lord, no! Cover that up! I'm not looking at that!
Devil Sheep covers up his wiener with shame. But I just wanted to show you my fungal infection.
The nurse shakes her head. No, absolutely not. Please stop trying to show me your genitalia.
I told you I wasn't showing you my genitals. I wanted to show you the mushrooms. Particularly the strain of mycelium that's growing on my, seminal vesicle over here. Because I think that I may have coming up with a new, listen, if we can get people to microdose this, we might we might even be able to solve depression.
The nurse just stares at him, speechless and completely disgusted. Listen, I can't help you. Please cover up. And don't show your genitals to me. I need to call security.
No, please don't call security. Just bring Sully out. We'll leave. I promise. We'll leave. Listen, I have a fur burger with extra cheese and hardwood smoked bacon lips for him. And we just want to get him into the car and feed him this fur burger.
The nurse looks at him skeptically. Okay, let me see what I can do. But I need to clear this with the doctor first. You'd all better behave.
The nurse clearly has a stroke, falls down on the floor and starts twitching as two doctors run up and drag her off. Just then, Sully comes out.
Opie is
Hey,
shocked by what
boys.
just happened to the nurse. Whoa, that was weird. That lady just seized up and fell down.
Sully replies,
Hey, boys, why'd you have to stab me? I was only trying to sell you some drugs.
Opie is at a loss for words at first, but finally speaks up. Look, Sully, man, we didn't mean to hurt you. I mean, we just thought you were trying to rip us off, that's all.
I wasn't gonna rip you off, you son of a bitch. I'm old, why would I do that?
his microphone cuts out and you're unable to hear the rest.
Opie looks confused as the conversation cuts out. What?
The group heads toward the car. Come on, Sully, we gotta go. Sully follows in tow.
Sully follows the group to the car. Well, at least we're not going to jail today.
All right, the group gets into the car. Hey, Sully, where do you want to go now, buddy? Listen, we need to make it up for you. Here, put this fur burger in your mouth and have a nice chomp. It's filled with curly fries. Short and curly fries. Care of Chris Rose.
Sully takes a bite of the fur burger and he is happy. Well, I will say, this is a damn fine burger.
You're damn straight. That's the best burger you're ever gonna eat, Sully.
Sully nods and takes another bite of the fur burger. He seems appreciative that the group is being so kind.
The group then pulls up next to the Binko near Simet Alley, where the homeless encampment is, and they settle in for the night. Heading into the tent where Opie likes to throw drug parties and dirty sexcapades, Frosted Fox, Devil Sheep, Sully, and Opie spend a calm, cool, collected night together, cuddling and huddling for warmth. Things start to heat up.
Opie and the group settle in the tent. Man, it's getting kind of cold out here tonight. We better huddle up together and get some warmth.
So the group huddles in the tent, getting closer and closer. Sully slowly makes his move towards Opie while he sniffs at his neck. He says,
Opie, surprised by Sully's approach, hesitantly asks, Sully, what are you doing?
Sully replies,
Oh, I'm just trying to get a sniff at your neck. It reminds me of popsicles. I love popsicles.
Opie, still confused, tries to laugh it off. Okay, well, just don't get too carried away there, buddy.
Just then, Opie feels something poking into his hip, coming from Sully's midsection.
Opie, feeling slightly awkward, looks down and notices Sully's situation. Sully, what's going on down there, man?
Don't you worry about it, you son of a bitch. You just keep your mouth shut, and everything's gonna be alright.
Feeling slightly uncomfortable but not wanting to upset Sully, Opie decides to keep quiet. Okay, just keep it easy, man.
Yeah, that's right. Look at the wall and close your eyes.
Opie looks at the wall and closes his eyes. Okay, man. Whatever you say. That's a good... Yeah, I close time to the segment to the break and the meat cheese wake to the tan teeth back the teeth.
Opie's getting diddled by Herbie, oh no! Listen, Opie lets out a grunt as he gets diddled by Herbie, aka Sully. Frosted Fox and Devil Sheep are snoring on the other side of the tent and they don't even know what's going on. What happens, Opie? Does this continue?
Opie is clearly uncomfortable but feels powerless in this situation. This is really strange, man. I don't really know what to say.
Opie grits his teeth and bears it as Sully has his way with Opie. The next morning, everything is quiet and calm. Opie remains staring at the ceiling. Clearly he hasn't slept all night. Something heavy weighing on his mind. His butthole tight, but puckered with pain. Sully is sleeping like a baby, sucking on his thumb. Clearly he's satisfied. As Frosted and Devil Sheep awake, they hear someone knocking on the outside of their tent. They open the tent And who's out there? It's Heather!
The tent flap rustles as they hear a faint knocking and a female voice, Heather's, calls from outside. Hello! Hello, anyone in there?
Heather, represented by the pink sheep, walks up towards Devil Sheep and Opie. Sully is green, and Frosted is red.
Heather looks at Sully, clearly noticing his green face and his odd sleeping habits. Wow, Sully, you look like crap.
Well, thanks, you son of a bitch. You know what? I had the best night of my life, and now you ain't gonna ruin it, girl,
Says Sully.
Heather looks at Sully, confused and concerned. So wait, you had the best night of your life?
Opie looks down at his feet, ashamed, clearly trying to avoid what happened the night before.
Heather looks at Opie, noticing his shame. Opie, are you okay?
Opie says nothing, looks sheepishly at Heather. What do you want, lady?
Heather, concerned, presses the matter. I just wanted to check up on you guys and see how you're doing.
Nothing. My butthole doesn't hurt, I swear. Nobody touched my butt. Why are we even talking about my butthole? You know what? I resent this. You guys are all liars. Fake news. Fake news. Opie looks down again at his feet in shame.
Heather looks at Opie, confused. I didn't say anything about your butt, though. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Devil Sheep looks over at Heather and says, listen, we're always trying to make some money. You want to join the crew? It's me, Frosted, Devil Sheep, and Sully. What do you say?
Heather is taken aback by the offer. Whoa, really? You want me to join your crew?
Well, I wouldn't say it's really a crew, says Opie, but, you know, you could join our band of merry misfits.
Heather considers the offer, intrigued. A band of misfits, huh? What kind of misdeeds are we talking about here?
Devil Sheep looks over at Opie and says, Opie, why don't you lay on your latest scam and really go into detail about it? Tell her all about what we're up to next, buddy.
Opie hesitantly begins to speak. Well, we're kind of working on this new scheme to score some money. We're planning to rob a casino.
Opie, I think you're mistaken. We already robbed the casino, homie. Come on, you can take better fucking scam than that. Really get dirty with it. Why don't we kick some old ladies down some stairs, or steal some pension funds from a fucking old veteran, or, you know, kick a child out of his stroller and sell his milk bottle. Something fucked up, you know?
Heather looks at the gang, horrified. Whoa, slow down, guys. I don't think I want to get involved in any of that. I'm just here to hang out with the group, not hurt old ladies or steal from babies.
Come on, Heather, if you want to hang out with us, you need to get fucking dirty and raw with it, says Opie.
Heather doesn't look convinced. Look, I don't want to do anything illegal. I just want to hang out. Can't we hang out without committing crimes?
Yeah, actually, we can, Devil Sheep says with a cool, calm voice. Heather, come with me, as he pulls out a mirror with some powder, puts it on the mirror, and offers it to Heather. Heather takes a snort of it, and then she says...
Heather takes the snort and is filled with an adrenaline rush. Oh, wow, that's intense.
Yeah, see what we're talking about, says Opie? Let's fuck shit up old school, Heather. Now you're feeling it. Come on. Crime, killing, destruction. Yeah!
Heather, feeling the high, starts to look at the world a bit differently. Yeah, I feel wild. Right to the sand, it's kind of this way. See, the daddy like to daddy time was the daddy people, the daddy, the best, the daddy for the
She's having a stroke.
The guys is busy.
Respond again, Opie. Continue what you just said before.
Opie, encouraged by the drug-fueled energy they're both on, continues, yeah, let's do it. Let's get crazy.
Heather looks over at them eyes wide as basketballs, high as a fucking kite. She's never experienced a feeling like this before in her life. However, she still has trepidations because the men she's hanging out with are clearly degenerates, criminals and scumbags. However, would she be safer going along with them or trying to swim upstream against the current? I think Heather makes the right choice and decides to join the group. Opie, what is our next mission? Says Heather.
Opie looks around, surveying the crew. Our next mission is to bring some excitement to the city. We need some chaos. We need to spread terror to the streets.
How do we do that, Opie? Says Frosted.
Look, I have a plan. Let's set up in the ghettos. Let's start making a name for ourselves and stirring up trouble. We'll cause chaos and terror. I want to bring the city to its knees. They'll fear us.
All right, Opie, you're talking about starting an entire gang? Listen, we're nothing but a handful of homeless degenerates, an old pervert, a hot chick, and, a guy who has a panty sniffing fetish. What can we do to actually make a difference in the city as far as criminal gang activity goes? We're just small fries.
Opie pauses for a moment and considers the situation. Maybe we are just small fries, but we're crazy son of bitches. We can cause a lot of trouble for not a lot of capital. We can rob banks, cars, people. We can do this. I know it. Just follow me, and I'll lead us to glory.
Yeah, more like glory hole. Ha ha ha! The group laughs at Opie, clearly at the joke that Opie has before sucked dick through a glory hole. He doesn't not admit it, but he is still slightly ashamed.
Opie's face flushes red slightly, but he ignores the jibe. Come on, guys, I can make this work. We need a name. We need to think of a name so people know who we are.
Wow, okay, Opie, so we're forming an actual homeless gang now? Are you telling me this is happening? Okay, but if we're gonna be a homeless gang, we need to recruit more members. And I suggest Chris Rose. You remember the guy that sold us those fur burgers with extra bacon lips? The fur burger with cheese? One of my favorite things to put in my mouth, drip down my chin, all that burger cheese. Why don't we get him to join us? You didn't expect me to say that. Come on, Opie, what are you thinking? He's shitting himself.
Opie's face brightens at the mention of Chris. Yeah, Chris! He's the homeless guy who makes those amazing burgers, right? Opie nods in agreement. Yeah, Chris Rose, he's a good guy to have around. Crazy and a bit out there, but useful nonetheless. I think we should recruit him. If we can use him, let's bring him in.
I think that's an amazing idea. Opie, listen, you're a fucking genius, but you know what else we need? We need to bring all the people from all the different franchises together to form the ultimate homeless franchise collaboration invasion of criminal activity / commercial sales that we can do. And I think if we bring in Illusionati from Pizza This, you remember the guy that we stole the truck from? We got into that whole thing earlier where he was chasing us because he wanted the money. Well, listen, I think we let bygones be bygones, and we bring in Illusionati as well as Chris Rose. Then we have Pizza This and Hornies working in tandem, as well as Frosted Fox, who used to be an owner as well. We'll call it the Franchise Wars, or the Franchise Boys. I don't know if Heather's into that, but apparently, everybody else has ditched us. Frosted is still here sniffing panties in the corner. I don't even know if he agrees, but how about this? You, me, Illusionati, Chris Rose, and Heather on a new adventure in a whole new fucking state of mind, buddy. We can take over the city. We could do anything. We could kill the cops, gangs. We could be the ones to rule it all. Opie, what do you say, buddy?
Opie is clearly sold on the idea. I like it. I'm in. We'll recruit them and bring them around to our way of thinking. We'll have our own homeless franchise war. A war of chaos and destruction.
Excellent. Ha ha ha, Devil Sheep says as he rubs his hands together creepily. The vehicle is waiting. Everybody piles in. That's Sully, Frosted, Devil Sheep, and Opie, as well as Heather, pile into the van, and they head off towards the next adventure to pick up Chris Rose to add to the family-friendly gang that they're pulling off, this homeless gang of sorts. So as the gang heads down the highway, they pull up towards Horny's into the drive-thru. They meet Chris Rose, and they tell him...
The group arrives at Horny's, and they find Chris behind the counter, smoking a cigarette and looking at his phone. Hey, Chris!
Chris Rose looks up from his phone, and he shudders. He remembers the experience he had earlier with this group of people. What do you guys want? You almost got me fired, man.
Opie approaches Chris with his most sincere smile. Calm down, Chris. There won't be any problems this time. We're here to talk to you about joining our group. We're forming a criminal gang, and we want you to join. You've got the skills and personality for the lifestyle, and I think you'll fit right in.
Chris Rose looks up to the left. You can clearly tell he's thinking. Strategically planning his ideas.
Opie can see the wheels turning in Chris's head. Come on, Chris, just give it some thought. We'll keep you stocked up on drugs, and we'll keep you safe. We'll watch your back and look out for you.
Chris Rose says, I don't do a lot of drugs, but do you have any kind of specialty teas? Because I'm into that sort of thing. Also, who's that wonderful woman there in the back seat of your car? Clearly pointing at Heather.
Opie, noticing Chris's interest in Heather, decides to use it to his advantage. That's Heather. She just joined us today. She's a fighter, man, a real badass girl.
All right, very well. Tell her to tone it down like 10 notches because she's stealing all of my attention from the rest of the group. Oh my god, seriously?
Opie lets out a chuckle at Chris's comment. Yeah, she's something else, ain't she? I can tell her to dial it back a bit if you think it's too much. But if you join us, you'll get your chance with her.
Okay, so Chris Rose standing at the checkout window, right now on the cusp of a decision that may change his life forever. Will he join this ragtag group of homeless degenerates, as well as Heather? Like, because we don't, she's probably not homeless degenerate. But anyways, will he join and get in on the next? Oh, there's Alburp. Oh my God, Alburp's gonna. All right, Chris Rose decidedly looks over at Alburp and says, "Boss, I know. Listen, I work here, but you're my boss. I need to go and explore my personal self. Can you be okay with that? I need to be expressive and show my expressive self. I need to be a peacock and fly, baby."
Everyone's waiting to hear Albert's response. Albert looks at Chris with a stoic expression. After a moment, he sighs, knowing it's useless to try to stop him.
All right, Alburp says, "You may go. Sow your seeds of destiny, my son. Do not waste your time here in this minimum wage hellhole. For I, Alburp, the owner of Horny's, progenitor of sexual diseases, will make sure that you will be protected in your journeys. Now, go with your homeless brethren, but for now, realize that I will be serving fur burgers with cheese and extra bacon lips on the side from here on henceforth."
The group listens to Albert's farewell, a little surprised by the grandiose speech. All right, then. It looks like we've got ourselves a new member. Welcome to the gang, Chris.
Chris Rose smiles as he enters the vehicle, and they proceed to disembark on the next adventure. The group looks over at Opie, expectantly waiting for an answer. Opie, where to next? What's our next giant scam? What are we gonna do? We need to get into something crazy and fun and spectacular. Sell us something amazing, buddy. Send it. group
Opie,
continues to
clearly
drive.
feeling the group's excitement, begins to think of what next to do. All right, I got something good. Let me see. That ain't it. That ain't the Italian mates, man, to get in.
Opie breaks off into some kind of weird, mental... Ew. Ew, I can taste my breakfast.
Opie rubs the stubble at his chin as he thinks. Then he snaps his fingers as an idea forms in his mind. I got it!
Ew.
Let's go to a strip club and run a con on the rich. We need money and more people, right? So we're gonna set up a scam on the rich guys at a high-end strip club.
Devil Sheep looks over at Opie and says, that is a fucking genius idea. Frosted Fox in the backseat sniffs his underwear as Heather nods in agreement. Chris Rose, along for the ride at this point, has no idea what to expect. This being his first lick with the group, you know, he's only willing to put in as much as he can to survive. But at this point, I think he wants to secretly impress the group. So they head towards the Vanilla Unicorn to pull off Opie's latest scam.
The car makes its way towards the Vanilla Unicorn, a high-end strip club in the city. This is it, guys. We're gonna pull off a hell of a scam.
It's right here, right? I believe.
Opie looks out the window as they pull up the Vanilla Unicorn. That's right! This is the place!
Alright, one moment. Where the fuck is Vanilla
They
Unicorn
come
again?
to a stop
Yeah,
in
right
front of the Vanilla Unicorn. There's a line in front of the entrance. They look at various people standing outside. This place looks like it's pretty exclusive. Rich guys here, I bet.
Pretty sure this is Vanilla Unicorn here. Am I tripping or what? I'm pretty sure that's Vanilla Unicorn, right? Where are we? Am I tripping? I could swear it's right here. Man, I thought I knew the city better than... Okay, we're over here. Sorry. Here's the Vanilla Unicorn. My bad, my bad. Okay, so, okay. Alright, the group approaches the Vanilla Unicorn and pulls up front. Parking. And, the group gets out. Heather, Opie, Devil Sheep, Frosted Fox, and Chris Rose, as well as Sully, all make their way into the Vanilla Unicorn. What happens next, Opie?
They enter the Vanilla Unicorn. The interior is classy and upscale. There's a bar on the side and a few customers already inside. The place looks pretty high-end. We need to blend in. We need to look like we belong.
Alright, Opie in yellow, Heather in pink, Sully in green, Devil in white, and Frosted in purple all enter the bar, looking dapper as ever. Women are dancing and spreading their vaginas and legs and all that. They're showing their goods. You know, the typical bar scene. Sully looks up at the woman and goes,
Hey, lady, that looks so tasty. I want some of that.
The group walks in and is surrounded by extravagant people. Everyone is looking nice and enjoying themselves. Sully's clearly loving the women dancing up on the stage. He's in a heaven of sorts.
Oh, my God, I can feel my little peckers growing. I'm so glad I took that Viagra this morning.
says Sully. Heather looks over.
The group watches Sully as his eyes wander the many strippers dancing on stage. Sully making comments about the ladies that the others are starting to get slightly irritated at his remarks.
I can't wait to take a nice juicy bite out of that apple,
says Sully. Chris Rose looks on with interest. Clearly, he's never been here before. He's looking for something. His eyes catch a male dancer. Thighs glistening, abs rippling, sweat dripping down. Chris Rose is instantly enamored. He walks over to the male stripper and says,
Chris approaches the male dancer, clearly entranced by him. Hey, how much to get one of those private dances?
The stripper looks down at him and says, for you, sweetheart, $20, and I'll give you everything you need. Chris Rose looks at him and says, everything? And he says, anything you want. $5 tubuku.
The dancer nods his head and gestures for Chris to follow him. You're a good-looking guy, you know that?
Chris Rose heads off with the stripper into the back room and disappears as the rest of the group watches on and the rest of the dancers. Opie suggests, hey, let's get some drinks and party. Who wants to meet me in the bathroom and sniff some crack?
The group looks at each other, considering the idea. Eventually, Opie speaks up. I need a fix, man. We should totally do it. It'll ease the tension. The tension.
Hang on a second.
The group waits to see what Devil Sheep has to say.
Yeah, wait, I'm coming up with something. Hang on.
The group waits patiently.
As the club starts popping, the music starts playing louder as everyone involved gets entranced. Heather's at the bar laughing and having a good time.
Heather is sitting at the bar, sipping a drink. She seems to be enjoying herself and having a good time. It seems like she fits in perfectly with the environment.
The rest of the group watches the women as they dance along the thing. Sully, aka Herbie, reminds himself of how much he was missing that delicious fur burger.
Sully, aka Herbie, looks at the dancers and thinks to himself about how good that fur burger was. Nothing better than a fur burger.
Devil Sheep looks over at Sully and says, yeah, man, I love hanging out with you guys. He looks over at Devil Sheep and he says,
I like hanging out with you too.
just then Opie looks over and says, titties, titties, look, boys, titties!
Opie points out to the strippers and the guys turn to look. Ooh, yeah, titties.
Titties, titties, says Opie as he looks over excitedly, and he proclaims,
Opie continues to stare at the strippers with excitement. I need to tap some of that.
Just then, Herbie and Devil Sheep look over at Opie and say, hey man, you got any money on you? We need to get some food up in here. Herbie says,
Yeah, I'm hungry. I need a sausage smothered in undies. Mmm.
Heather looks over and laughs and says, yeah, I could use a beer. Opie, you buying?
Opie is distracted by the strippers dancing. He tears his gaze away and looks at Heather. Oh, hell yeah, I'll buy. What do you pay? Hey.
It seems, Opie, the longer we hang out with you, the more your fucking brain falls apart, buddy. What's going on?
Opie's focus is clearly divided between the strippers and having a good time with the group. He seems to be having trouble concentrating. I don't know, man. Maybe it's just all the commotion. I just gotta let loose for a bit. I need to unwind. It's been a stressful day, you know?
Devil Sheep looks over at Opie and says, hey, why don't you go meet Sully in the bathroom and you guys can get it going. Then maybe that'll make you relaxed.
Opie considers the idea and nods, feeling like he needs a fix. You know what? That's not a bad idea. You guys stay here. I'll be back in a bit. And, Maggie and Nicho and Steven C.
Opie and Herbie enter the bathroom. You hear nothing for a while, but after 10 minutes, they both come out looking extra relaxed and satisfied. Opie and Herbie say, why don't we buy some food for the rest of the group?
The rest of the group looks on with anticipation as Opie comes out of the bathroom. Yeah, we definitely need some food. I've got a craving for something fatty all of a sudden.
All right, that is disgusting, says Devil Sheep. Let's gather up everybody and get the fuck out of here. Let's go on to our next lick, buddy. We need more adventure. The strip club's not cutting it for me. Just then, the group looks over, and they can see Frosted Fox causing problems in the background. Apparently, he's been hitting on somebody's boyfriend, and they did not like that. There's a gangster woman here in the club who controls all the other strippers who wants to have a beef with Frosted. Now, Frosted's part of our gang. What are we going to do about that?
Opie and the group look over at Frosted Fox and notice him causing trouble. They exchange glances, wondering what they should do. Damn it! Of course Frosted had to start something.
All right, let's go back him up, Opie.
Opie nods in agreement. Yeah, let's get him out of there. We can't have him causing trouble.
All right, the group approaches. Opie steps up and he says,
Opie approaches Frosted Fox and the gangster woman. Hey man, what's going on here?
all right, apparently there's some sort of beef going on between a boyfriend and Frosted and his girlfriend. The group decides to drag Frosted out of the bar before things get too hectic.
Opie grabs Frosted Fox's arm and starts pulling him out of the bar. Come on, man, let's get out of here. Before you do something stupid.
All right, the rest of the group heads out and gets into the car. Out they
Opie
go.
shoves Frosted into the back seat of the car and gets in. The group speeds off. What were you thinking, Frosted?
Frosted exclaims, nothing. I smelled her panties and I was enamored and I thought I could make her want to come and check out my Pokemon collection in my house. They're all furry Pokemon, special edition.
Opie listens to Frosted's explanation and facepalms himself. Seriously, man? You really thought smelling some girl's panties was gonna get her? And that your Pokemon collection would impress her?
Frosted shrugs and says, hey man, it's never worked before. It's always a first for something.
Opie rolls his eyes. You are a hopeless piece of work, Frosted. You need to find better ways to impress women.
Chris Rose scoffs at the whole thing. Sully as well. Heather, Sully, Frosted, Devil Sheep, Opie, and Sully on a new adventure. Opie! What's gonna happen next, buddy? What do you want to do?
Opie thinks for a second. I got an idea. We need to find some money. This furry convention is coming up soon. A really big deal. Lots of money going around. We're gonna scam the hell out of them.
Scamming a furry convention sounds like a fucking awesome idea. Where do you come up with this shit, Opie? You're amazing.
Opie smiles and laughs. Well, you know, sometimes you just have to think outside the box to come up with brilliant schemes. And this one's gonna be a good one. Trust me.
All right, Opie, I'm trusting you. So where are we going? Are we going to the Fame or Shame auditorium?
Opie looks towards the city, knowing exactly what he wants to do. No, we're not going to the auditorium. We're gonna be much more hands-on.
Well, I mean, we're already at the auditorium. Why wouldn't we go there? I'm sure there's a Fame or Shame audition we could all try out for. Wouldn't that be something you were into?
Opie chuckles at Devil Sheep's naivety. You think I want to be Fame and Shame? That's for people who think they can do everything. Nah, buddy, I ain't no wannabe. I'm gonna stick to the side hustle. And if all goes right, we'll get enough fame and shame through that furry convention.
Well, where is this furry convention being held? I figured it would have been here at the auditorium. Look, I even see a sign above that says furry convention. Are you sure you're not mistaken, Opie? The one thing the AI is good at is yes and. You know that.
Opie shakes his head, amused by them all. Nah, guys, that's not the real convention. That's just a local meetup. The real convention is gonna be in the big city. We need to make a night out of it.
Make a night out of it? That sounds amazing. All right, what's first on the agenda before we head to the furry convention?
Opie smiles. We need to get supplies. We need some disguises. We need supplies. We'll need weapons. If we're going to sell a scam, we're gonna need some things. We need to go to a store, the hardware store to be exact.
All right. The group pulls up in front of the Mega Mall here in the city.
They pull into the parking lot of the Mega Mall. Okay, we need to get to the hardware store. I've got a little secret tunnel I like to use. It'll be a lot quicker than going in with the public.
That's bullshit. Just go through the front door like everyone else, Opie, as Devil Sheep exits the car and heads towards the front door.
Opie shakes his head at Devil Sheep's brazen attitude. Oh, for the love of God! Okay, screw it. Let's do it your way.
All right, both of the crew step up to the hardware store. They decide to buy some items. Available are lock picks, electronics kits. There's food, water, but there's also counterfeiting tools and stuff like that. Opie, what do you decide to buy out of the list?
Opie peruses the wares available. He eyes a particular item. Let's get the counterfeiting stuff. It might come in handy. And lockpicks are good to have.
All right, so the group buys some lockpicks and some counterfeiting plates. Unaware of where to actually move the plates to. However, the lockpicks will come in handy for breaking into houses as well as cars. Devil Sheep and Opie both buy some. Hey, Chris, you want anything? Chris Rose pokes up his mouthful of fur burger. No, I'm good. I'm over here. All right, so the group gets back into the car and they head out towards their furry convention.
The gang packs all the supplies into the trunk and they pull out of the parking lot. All right, let's head to that furry convention.
All right, so the gang has now have supplies and they're off onto a new adventure to the furry convention. Chris Rose and Frosted as Sully and Heather in tow. And they keep going.
They drive through the city, the sun setting behind the buildings, and soon they approach the city outskirts where they see a huge neon sign pointing towards a building that reads Fur Fest. Here we are, people. We've made it to the furry convention.
Fur Fest. Oh.
As they approach the Fur Fest, they see dozens of costumed furries everywhere heading to the auditorium. Holy hell, there's so many of them.
Wait, the auditorium. Okay.
Opie looks around, noticing the auditorium just off to the side. This isn't the right place. That's just a meetup. The real convention is probably inside this big building here.
All right, as the group approaches the back side of the auditorium, they pull up into the parking lot and make their way out into the bleachers where they can watch the show.
The group approaches the bleachers and they sit down to watch the show. The first furries are already on stage. Okay, this shouldn't take long. Let's watch. Just take the crazy one. Taste in this teeny with you to taste at the I want to taste to that just to that pitch to may be.
All right, as the group watches on, the furries dance and do weird yiffing and gritching and flicking, whatever the fuck they do. They're all like basically humping each other with their fursuits on. Just as that's happening, a massive cloud of humidity covers the entire stadium. The smell is entrenching everyone. It's oppressive at this point.
The group is surrounded by the smell, and they begin to fan the air in hopes to ward off the horrible smell. Dear God, what is that stench?
The furries frantically hump each other on the stage for your entertainment. The music is blaring. People are loving this. The lights are shining. It's crazy mayhem. You guys decide to, as a group, get high as you watch the show.
Opie looks around, seeing people having a great time, and gets an idea. He starts to get the group high. He gets out his sack of crack rock and shares it around, and soon everyone in the gang is watching the show in a crazed frenzy. Oh God, I think the crack made everything worse.
Devil Sheep decides to take a hit of the crack rock as pass it on to his friends.
The group passes the crack rock around, taking hits as the furries on stage continue to hump each other uncontrollably. Jesus, this is the best plan ever.
As everyone gets high and watches the furry, Opie explains what's happening on the stage as the furries dance and prance and do weird gay sex stuff.
Opie looks on in excitement at the show. Jesus, this is incredible.
Herbie, clearly excited, has his hand in his pocket. No one knows what's going on there. Chris Rose looks disinterested as he chews on his fur burger. Heather is high as a kite, staring off, trying to grab invisible butterflies out of the air. And Devil Sheep, stoic as always, watches on with malicious intent.
The other gang members seem to be zoned out, each with different effects from being high as hell. Herbie is in his own little world, Chris Rose is munching on his fur burger, Heather is chasing imaginary butterflies, and Devil Sheep, well, he's just being Devil Sheep. Oh God, this crack is fantastic. Opie laughs uncontrollably, feeling the effects of being high. Everything's so intense.
Just then, Opie comes up with an amazing idea for a new scam for the group to pull. A new adventure, if you will. Opie looks over to the group and explains it in detail.
Opie turns to the group, an idea forming in his head. Guys, I've got an idea.
The group listens on as Opie explains. Go ahead, Opie. Tell us.
Opie takes a hit from the crack rock. Okay, so I got a great idea. We got a ton of furries here, right? and they're all loaded. So what if we convince them to give us money, but they get nothing in return?
So you want to scam a bunch of furries at a furry convention? Opie, that's diabolical and I love it. Go into detail of how this scam is going to work, please. That'd be awesome, Illusionati. Can you imagine? That'd be like some
Opie
Toy
grins,
Story
his
shit.
mind racing with the possibilities. Okay, so it's simple. We find some unsuspecting furries. We tell them whatever they want to hear. We then get them to hand us all their cash. Since we're all costumed up, they'll never know who we really are.
I like that idea, says Sully. I want to griff and yiff and rub all on those furry little bastards.
Opie nods, considering Sully's response. Right? It's simple, it's elegant, it's perfect.
I can't wait.
Heather looks on with disinterest. What do you want me to do? Says Heather.
Opie looks at Heather and smiles at her innocence. Oh, you, my dear, aren't going anywhere. We need you as bait.
Frosted stays in the background, sniffing his underwear as usual. Then he sits down and seems to zone out and stare off into space. Just then, the man with an eagle shirt and American pants, looks like an American flag on his pants,
Opie
walks
notices
up.
the guy with the eagle shirt and American pants walking around. Oh, what the hell? Opie and the gang immediately notice the man in the patriotic pants and eagle shirt. What the hell kind of outfit is that? And why is he coming toward us?
Just then, a man named Just Looking in his eagle furry outfit approaches and says, "Listen, I know all about furries. I'm a furry myself." Caw-caw! And he spreads his wings. You can see that he's clearly erect under his furry outfit.
Opie and the group stare at the furry in horror and disgust. Oh dear God, I don't think I need to see that.
Just Looking, caw-caw! He says one more time, and he asserts his dominance on the group.
Opie and the group back away slowly from the fursuit. Clearly uncomfortable. Listen, buddy. We're just hanging out.
Clearly, Opie's brain was broken, but Devil Sheep looks forward. He says, "You know what, Just Looking? You can join our group as the one furry to rule them all. You're going to be our in. You know how the honeypot works?" He looks over at Heather. "Teach him how the honeypot works." Heather walks over, whispers something into Just Looking's ear, and Just Looking nods in agreement. He's like, "I will honeypot my fellow furries into giving us all their cash. We'll set up a meet somewhere, and we'll do a private dance. And I want to see Chris Rose naked, eating a fur burger with extra bacon lips."
Opie looks quizzically at the group before shaking his head in agreement. Okay, that was a sentence I didn't think I'd hear today. He'll be an excellent honeypot. Let's see what he's got.
"Caw-caw!" says Just Looking as he shakes his tail feathers, his plumage ruffling and excited as he shakes and struts his stuff. The whole group is excited and amazed. Herb, a.k.a. Sully, grows an erection at the sight of it all.
Opie and the gang watch Just Looking strut his stuff. Sully is clearly enjoying the show. Damn, this guy sure likes attention.
That's right. Okay, so the group decides to use Just Looking as their inside man on the furry club. This way they can get an insight into the furry culture. Just Looking, the inside man, makes his way inside the deeper compound of the furry cathedral, which is deep inside of where they just were, behind the scenes.
Just Looking heads into the more private area of the furries gathering, blending in with the crowd. The rest of the gang wait, anticipating the signal to meet up with Just Looking.
Just
This could
Looking will
take
be
some
red
time.
for now. Just Looking disappears for a while with his friends into the furry compound. You start to wonder if he's screwed you over.
But after some short time, he comes back out and whispers into Opie's ear. Listen, Opie, we have a good scam going. We're gonna go in there as a film crew and pretend we're filming a furry documentary. Now, I need you to pretend that you're a furry, and I need you to assume the identity of a person who is a furry, and I need you to use all the furry slang when you talk to them, okay? So, really immerse yourself in the role of a furry. I want to hear all the furry slang, and here we go. Let's go.
Opie takes a deep breath and mentally prepares himself. All right, I think I can do this.
All right, the group enters the inner sanctum of the arena where the furry convention was taking place, back behind closed doors. You pretend to have cameras and be a crew, that you're filming some sort of documentary, but in reality, Opie and the gang is really here to scam these poor furries with just looking as their inside man. Now, Devil Sheep and Opie approach the one furry and pull out their microphones and interview him. Opie, run us through the interview, please.
Opie steps up to the furries, microphone in hand. Okay, furry guy, welcome to the interview. Let's start with your name.
All right, the character says, my name is Little Lord Fauntleroy. I'm a super pony from the land of Scarnia, and I have the power of fat erection. And that is my...
Opie nods, continuing the interview. That's great. So you're a super pony. Tell us more about your land of Scarnia. Opie tries not to laugh out loud. Oh, that's quite the superpower you have there, Mr. Fauntleroy.
Actually, call me DK. DK King. AI is changing gaming as we know it. So excited for the future NPC to make single-player campaign elite again like they used to be. That's something I would say if I wasn't in my furry persona right now. We like to call it a fursona. You can put that in your documentary, by the way. I'm DK King, and I have a fursona of a shark. Now, you don't see a lot of furries with sharks. However, my friend over here just looking, he's also an eagle, and you don't see a lot of furries that are eagles. Now, you wouldn't think that eagle and shark would have shark-eagle babies, but can you imagine what the yiffing and the grifting and all the shit they do would be? Can you just picture that and explain it to me now, Opie, please?
Opie feigns interest in the conversation and continues the facade. Right. So, you're a shark and just looking as an eagle. That's an interesting pairing indeed.
Yes, quite, they say as they start rubbing and yiffing on each other. He's still thinking. Did I break him again? I did. The group starts yiffing and griffing and rubbing on each other. Shark and eagle. You never thought you would see this disgusting mix, but here they are sweating and heaving and rubbing all over each other in a furry display that you never thought you would see. The rest of the group looks on with horror. Opie looks on with fascination. He proclaims,
Opie pretends to be fascinated with the two furries rubbing up on each other. Fascinating. Truly, nature at its finest.
Opie, how are you reacting to this?
Opie's facial expression is one of confusion yet intrigue. He's finding the situation simultaneously disturbing and oddly captivating. Well, I'm certainly fascinated. I've witnessed some interesting things in my life, but this certainly takes the cake.
Devil Sheep looks over at Opie and says, Opie, who do you think is the top and who do you think is the bottom between this shark-eagle pairing?
Opie considers the question for a moment and ponders the possibilities. Well, my intuition tells me the shark is the top and the eagle is the bottom. What about you?
I'd have to agree. I mean, if you're a shark, you gotta be a top. I mean, eagles are awesome, but come on. If you're a shark, man, eagle ain't gonna fuck with you. You gotta be a top. Eagle, I believe, probably power bottom. What do you think? What are your thoughts on power bottom, Opie?
Opie tries not to laugh, clearly amused by the conversation. Yeah, I'd say that's a fair assessment. The shark would definitely be on top. The eagle may enjoy a bit of power, so definitely a power bottom.
Just as the conversation comes to a halt, 4 or 5 more furries enter the room. Frosted Fox and his crew of frosted worms and foxes and other animals, porpoises, animals that have blowholes, that sort of thing, all approach the room. And they say, "We heard you were here to rob us. What say you, unfrosted ones?" As they look upon us. Clearly, the group doesn't fit in because we don't have furry outfits like the rest of them. I need to get more icons for like enemies and stuff that we can add. I think would be a better... Broke them again. Come on.
Opie and the group freeze, caught off guard by the sudden intrusion of Frosted Fox and his crew. They look around nervously, realizing they're outnumbered and out-costumed. Opie steps forward, trying to keep his composure. Hey now! Hold up! We're not here to rob you. We're here to film a documentary.
Frosted and his crew look unimpressed. They pull out from underneath their furry outfits shotguns! All of the 4 of them have shotguns pointed at the group. Opie, are you gonna resort to stabbing like you always do?
Opie swallows hard, knowing things have taken a serious turn. He looks around, trying to assess the situation. He's trying to stay calm, but the threat of shotguns pointed at them is hard to ignore. Look guys, let's just chill out here. We don't want any trouble.
Frosted and his group of furries circle around the group. Just as Just Looking starts going caca and flies towards them with a serious attack. A Frosted Eagle attack, a freedom bomb.
Frosted Fox and his gang of furries are caught off guard by Just Looking flying at them with a crazed look in his eyes. What the fuck? Wait!
Just then, all hell breaks loose. There's a giant scuffle, and right when you think things have been lost, it appears that they have.
Opie and the group try to defend themselves, but they're outnumbered and out-furried. Damn it, this isn't good. We're definitely in over our head.
The group runs off and makes their way to the car and gets into the car so that they can escape from the furries. Running, as it would say, with their tail between their legs, the group manages to barely escape the furries and make their way to the car.
Opie and the gang scramble into the car, adrenaline pumping. The engine revs and they peel out of the parking lot. We just made it out alive.
The group heads down the highway. Another failed attempt, another failed scheme. They had left Just Looking behind. Hopefully his furry group and Frosted and them would not turn on him after what had happened.
The group drives away, relieved to have escaped the furry convention crisis. They're exhausted, but thankful to be alive. Well, that could have gone better. But at least we made it out in one piece.
That's right, Opie, says Devil Sheep. Now, with only... Okay, Frosted, Just Looking are gone, so we got Opie, Heather, and Herbie, a.k.a. Sully, in the car together now. What's our next plan, Opie? That was a failure.
Opie thinks for a moment, trying to come up with a new strategy after the failed furry convention scam. Well, considering that didn't go so well, I think we need to find a target that'll be easier to scam. Something more low-key. Something more low-key.
Yeah, you said something more low-key twice. All right, how about this? Why don't we make our way over to... Do you know a guy named Lester? I heard he's into crypto scams.
Opie considers the idea. Lester, I think I've heard of him. He's into scams, all right. But those crypto guys are shady as hell, you know?
That's true. You can't really trust Lester. You never know what he's up to. However, he's probably the best hookup we have right now. So I suggest we try to make that money while we can. What do you think?
Opie weighs the options carefully. I'm down. Lester is sleazy, but money is money.
All right. I try to remember where Lester is. I think he's over here.
The group drives to Lester's place, looking for the scammer. Hopefully he's got something useful for us.
All right, yeah. No, the group pulls up to Lester's house. I think that's it, right? One of these?
Opie and the gang look the place over, taking in the surroundings. Yeah, that looks like the place.
All right, Devil Sheep, come with... Devil Sheep and Opie go and approach the door as Heather and Herbie wait in the car.
Opie and Devil Sheep approach the door to Lester's place, wary of what they'll find inside. They exchange a nod, ready to face whatever comes next. Showtime.
Devil Sheep pushes the button and a response comes from the intercom. It's Lester, and he says...
Lester's voice comes through the intercom, sounding impatient and suspicious. Who is it?
It's Opie and Devil Sheep, and we're here to make some money. Lester, we heard you got some business for us, man. Listen, we need some money, man. Things are getting hard out here. Hook us up, bro. It shit itself again. Come on, man. I have to use the bathroom anyways. I'll be right back in a minute. Opie, make a deal with Lester while I go and take a piss behind the bush.
Opie nods. Go ahead. I'll hold down the fort until you get back.
Let's hear your dialogue. Talk to him.
Opie waits for Lester to come downstairs, taking in his surroundings. He doesn't like the vibes at all. Once Lester comes downstairs, Opie speaks up, his tone cordial but cautious. Hey man, I heard you might have some business for us. Opie cocks his head curiously at DK. What's that you're talking about?
God damn, Opie's fucking prophetic over here. Okay, so Opie starts talking with Lester, and Lester says, "Listen, I have a job for you and your crew. You're gonna need a couple people. It's a setup, okay? This guy owes me money, and I need you to go and set him up. So you're going to go and meet him at the docks at midnight. And you're going to pose as gay cowboys, because that's what he's into. He likes gay butt sex. And dildos up his bum, and fingers in his bum. And he likes to taste, like, other people's buttholes. And he sniffs, like, underwear and stuff. And he's, like, really perverted and all that stuff. And we know that's what you like, Opie, because you're perverted. So we're going to get you down there, being perverted and waiting like a male gay prostitute, a.k.a. gay cowboy. And when he picks you up, that's when you set him up. And, when he drives you to wherever he's going, I want you to give me the location once you get there. And then I'll send out over a crew, and we're going to fuck this guy up, okay? Because he owes me a ton of money. And I don't care how gay he is. We're just using that as a honeypot, all right? You ready to do the gay honeypot, Opie?
Opie raises an eyebrow and considers the plan. He's game for a good scam. All right, if the money's right, I'm down. I'll play the part to lure him in.
Sounds good. All right, go get back in your car, get to it. Call me when you're ready and you have everything set up. And don't fuck this up. Listen, if you pull this off, $20K. That's $10K for each of you. You can split it between your crew however you want. What do you say?
Opie is intrigued by the offer, but remains wary. Sounds good to me. We'll make it happen. But you better come through on your end. Don't want any surprises, you know?
Just go get your gay-ass cowboy outfit on and meet him at the dock at midnight. I'll take care of the rest once you call me.
Opie nods and turns to head back to the car. Don't worry, Lester. We'll get it done.
All right, Devil Sheep and Opie head back into the car and start their way on a new journey. They go to get their cowboy outfits on at the local clothing store next to Cimet Alley, where they normally reside.
They drive to the local clothing store and start looking through the outfits. They find some suitable clothing for their cowboy disguises and get ready to don the new personas. This ought to be interesting. I hope Lester doesn't screw us over.
Wait, did we pass it? Where is it?
They keep looking for the place, finally spotting it. I think that's it right over there. There's a big sign that says used clothing store.
All right. The group arrives at the clothing store in Cimet Alley and parks up in front of the Binko. They hop inside and the rest of the crew dons their gay cowboy outfits. Heather puts on a gay cowgirl outfit, and Sully continues to wear his old man outfit where he's wearing a robe and his walker. I mean, the group couldn't look more mismatched. However, I think they might just be able to pull it off. What do you think, Opie?
Opie looks at the gang and their outfits, a smirk forming on his face. I don't know if this is a masterpiece or an abomination. Either way, I think we might actually pull this off.
Well then, Opie, get those tight shorts on and put that fucking assless chaps into gear. We're gonna do some gay-ass shit and make some money tonight. Now, in the meantime, you guys wanna get high? Chris Rose looks amazing, by the way, in his gay cowboy outfit. Just want to put that out there. Heather, it looks a little hesitant, but Opie and Devil Sheep seem quite confident that this is gonna work.
Opie looks at himself in the mirror and grins. Damn, I look good. All right, let's get stoned and ready to roll. We're gonna scam this guy so good he won't know what hit him.
Opie pulls out a small mirror and puts some white powder on it and taps it out of a bag. He scrapes it out into 4 or 5 different lines and he passes it around the rest of the group. Each person in the group has a nice sniff and they pass it to Opie.
The group takes their bumps of cocaine, the effects starting to kick in. The gang's energy starts to rise as the cocaine buzz sets in, heightening their senses and making them more confident. This is gonna be a fun night.
Woohoo! Devil Sheep is excited, high as a kite. Come on, Opie, you feeling this? Let's make our way down to the docks and wait till nighttime. We can sell our gay asses for some money and make a little bit of fucking funny. And don't worry about Lester. He's gonna pay us big time once we get this score settled, buddy. Let's go!
Opie feels the effects of the cocaine coursing through his veins. It makes him feel more confident and more excited. Yeah, let's get ready to rock and roll. This could be an easy job if everything goes according to plan. We gotta get going before it gets too late.
Alright, just then the group gets back into the car and starts to make their way down to the docks.
The group begins the drive to the docks, the sun beginning to set as they approach their destination. We're almost there, guys. Get ready to get into character.
Alright, the group makes their way down. Into
The
the...
group arrives at the docks just before midnight. The lights of the city gleam off in the distance as the wind blows off the river. All right, we're here. There's nobody around right now. Let's get ready and wait for our victim to roll up.
Alright, 1 second, chat, and we'll continue the story. Just give me uno momento. The group Okay, hang on. The group rolls up to the edge of the dock and parks the vehicle. The group gets out and poses as gay prostitutes, awaiting their victim to come.
The group stands on the edge of the dock, waiting with anticipation. The wind rushes in off the water, the only sound the water lapping gently against the pier.
Alright, so Heather, Herbie. Okay, wait.
Heather and Herbie stand on the edge of the dock, watching the water in silence as they wait for the guy to show up.
Alright. Heather, Herbie, Devil Sheep, and Opie all stand out on the docks along with all the other prostitutes who just happen to be hanging out in the area doing their prostitutional things. Just then, a vehicle pulls up and turns around the corner heading towards the docks. Could this possibly be who we're looking for?
The gang stands on the edge of the pier, eyeing the car as it approaches. Opie's pulse quickens as he wonders if this could be the guy. Keep your eyes peeled, guys. That might be our guy.
Just then, the car approaches and it pulls up next to Heather and Herbie. The man inside the car says, "Hey, I'm looking for a fun time. How much?"
The man lowers his window as he talks to the group. Heather and Herbie step closer to the car to talk to the guy. Well, that depends on what kind of fun you're looking for.
Devil Sheep and Opie also approach the car and start their sales pitch. "Hey, buddy, listen, you looking for a fun four-way? Listen, we got the cheapest rates in town and we're gonna make you super happy."
Opie chimes in, continuing the sales pitch. He eyes the man in the car, sizing him up. Oh, you bet we'll make you happy, buddy. You come with us. You're gonna have the time of your life.
The man in the car looks a little suspicious. However, he then suddenly changes his tone and says, "You know what? Hop in the car with me. I'm in for a little bit of adventure. How much?"
Opie and Devil Sheep glance at each other. He's taking the bait. Opie nods to him before replying. Just 200 to start with. And everything's on the table. Nothing off limits.
The man nods in agreement as he buckles his seatbelt and slowly starts driving with the group in tow. Opie tries to find something to kill the dead air by saying, but he awkwardly blurts out,
Once the group is in the vehicle and driving off, Opie struggles to find something to say. He looks for a topic to pass the time and settles on something that feels safe enough. So, what do you do?
I want to hear what Opie says to pass the time.
Opie tries to start up a conversation with the guy, feigning interest in his life. He tries to keep it casual and lighthearted. So, you got a girlfriend or anything?
What kind of question is that for a gay cowboy to ask? What the fuck is wrong with you, Opie? Says Devil Sheep. The rest of the group laughs at Opie.
Opie feels a bit flustered, but continues on with the conversation. He laughs it off and the rest of the group snickers. Sorry, just making conversation. I'm new to this.
As the rest of the group approaches the end of the pier, the car comes to a stop. There's an abandoned-looking building to the right where the driver says, "Get out, everyone, we're going in here."
The group looks around, taking in the surroundings. The abandoned building looks like a bad idea. However, they're already too far into it to back out now. Alright, if that's where you want to go, we're all in.
Alright, he's the green sheep. He enters the building.
The group follows the man into the building, Devil's Sheep and Opie leading the way. Let's do this. The group enters the building and takes in the surroundings. The abandoned building is dark and eerie and gives off a strange vibe. Damn, this place looks like a good place to get murdered.
Sorry, I've had to blow my nose. I'm having a sneezing fit over here. Hang on. Okay, so the group enters the building with the John. And, okay, the group enters the building with the John. Opie and Devil Sheep look around suspiciously.
The man points to Devil's Sheep. He comes forward wary of what's to come next. Me?
Opie, call the guy. We need to fucking set him up. Let's go.
Opie gets ready to pull out his phone. The atmosphere in the building is tense and uncertain. Okay, give me a sec, let me make the call.
Opie calls his contact. Opie calls his contact and gives him the information. He's over here. You need to come right now. Just then, the John jumps up and says, "Who is that? Who are you calling? That better not be Lester. If it is, I swear to God, I'll kill all of you." The John pulls out his gun, and the John says, "My name is DK King, and I will kill you all."
The others look around, confused and increasingly worried as it becomes clear that the man they're with is not who he seems to be. Opie tries to keep his cool, but there's no hiding that the situation is rapidly going south. What's going on here? Who the hell is DK King?
"Well, that's the big question, isn't it?" says DK King as he looks at Opie. "You thought you could set me up and call Lester on me. Now how are you going to deal with me?" DK pulls a mask off of his head, and he's no longer human. He has a shark head. He is actually half man, half shark. Some sort of super villain. Opie, what do we do?
Opie is stunned at the sight of the supervillain. He tries to keep his cool and maintain some sense of control over the situation. Oh, fick. I was wondering when things were gonna go south.
What, you mean things haven't gone south already? What are we gonna do, Opie? Devil Sheep looks over at Opie's shank.
Opie looks around, desperately looking for options. There seem to be none. The gang is trapped in a deserted building with a shark. I don't know, Devil Sheep. Let's just hope we can get out of this alive.
Well, it's a good thing you got me by your side to remind me who you are. You're fucking Opie McGruff. And you ain't scared of no ghost, you ain't scared of no shark, and you ain't scared of the cops. You're not scared of fucking anything. You will go in there, you will stab and stab until there's nothing left. A pile of hamburger on the ground. And then you'll jerk off and cum on that pile of hamburger and take a shit on that cum. And you'll eat the whole thing afterwards. Because that's who you are. You're Opie fucking McGruff. Now, under those same rules that I just gave you, fucking tell us what you're gonna do, Opie.
Opie listens to Devil's Sheep. His words resonate and the anger builds up within him. Damn right, I'm not scared. I was born ready for this. Bring it on, shark. Let's do this.
Opie lunges at the shark, bottle in hand, half broken, slashing at the shark as hard as he can. Devil Sheep backs him up with a flying, spinning sidekick as as the rest of the group watches on in horror.
Opie and Devil's Sheep lash out at the shark man, trying their best to defend themselves. The gang watches on in shock at what they're seeing. None of them have witnessed something like this before.
And just like that, Heather and Just Looking... Wait, was Just Looking the one who sent us to the mission? Hang on. It was Heather and Frosted?
Opie fights with the shark and gets in some successful hits, but he's losing stamina fast. He starts to sweat and slow down, tired at the intense fight. He and Devil Sheep need help soon, or they won't make it. Come on, guys, just get it together. We need some backup.
The rest of the group flees to the car, leaving Devil Sheep and Opie, the only two to defend against DK, the shark-headed man. As Opie swings wildly with his broken bottle, Devil Sheep pulls a golden butt plug out of his butt, twists it, revealing that it's actually an explosive device, and throws it towards the shark-headed DK.
The shark man looks in shock at the explosive device thrown his way. He has no time to react. It lands on the ground and makes a beeping sound. There's only a few seconds left before it explodes. The gang scrambles into the car, looking back at the battle scene through the window, hoping for a miracle. I just hope that works.
Alright, as the gang enters the vehicle, and the shark man bites down.
The group sits in the car in suspense, waiting for the bomb to go off. Opie and Devil Sheep continue to fight DK, but the odds are stacked against them. Come on, explode already!
Opie and Devil Sheep hop into the car and jam onto the gas. Just as DK is chasing them out of the building, they manage to make their way down the road, and looking through the rear view mirror, they see DK explodes into a pile of just destruction. There's like explosions. Yeah, serious shit. What do you think of that? Alright, the group barely makes it away as DK explodes, shark bits flying everywhere, landing on the car as the group peels out.
The group is stunned that they made it out alive. It's a miracle they're still alive, but the day isn't over yet. We actually freaking did it. I can't believe it.
Yeah, but what did we actually accomplish? We were supposed to call Lester and give him the location, not blow the fucking guy up. What are we gonna do now? You better call Lester, Opie, and see what he says. The group continues driving.
Opie sighs. He realizes that they're in a bit of a predicament. All right, let me call Lester. Let's see what he has to say.
Opie calls Lester, and Lester answers the phone. Opie says...
Opie listens to Lester on the other end of the phone. His face becomes pale. Yeah, it's me. We ran into some complications. The plan went south. The Wesley Dingsy to the chicken.
Opie's incoherent ramblings do not impress Lester. Lester says, "Where is the target? Did you not lead him to the drop spot that I told you? It's very important that you follow my instructions. I really hope nothing happened to the target. Fill me in. What happened, Opie?"
Opie realizes he has to come up with something that will get Lester off his back. He takes a breath before continuing. Look, the guy wasn't who he said he was. We were set up. The man was actually some kind of supervillain with a shark head, and we blew him up.
Sharkhead? What the hell are you talking about? He was the leader of the furry convention. You know, the furry convention that you guys tried to rob earlier? Yeah, well, he was actually one of the most elite members of that group. That's why he had that shark head on. He's not a supervillain. He's just a dude with a shark head. And you blew him up. I needed to know where he lived because he has blackmail photos of me looking at hentai porn and shit. And I don't want my mom to catch that. And I'm Lester, and that's why. So, yeah.
Opie's eyes go wide as he realizes the gravity of their situation. Wait, we did what? He's a furry? That's it? He's not a supervillain?
No, you idiot. Of course he's not a supervillain. What sense does that make? Where are you guys right now? Listen, I can't pay you if you killed the guy because I need to know where he hangs out. I need to get that hard drive that he has with all those pictures of my hentai on it.
Opie is at a loss for words. They just blew up some guy for no reason. They're in big trouble now. We're in the north side of town, near the abandoned buildings and docks.
All right, well, lay low, says Lester. You guys need to take it easy for now, because those furries are going to be chasing you, and you don't want to get on the bad side of the furry mafia, Lester warns, seriously.
Opie is horrified. Furry mafia? You mean the fluffy people? Like the guys who dress up in animal costumes? They're mafiosos now?
That's right. And not only that, but they're more powerful than the gay or Jewish mafia or the gay Jewish mafia. They control all of Vinewood.
Opie can't believe what he's hearing. Are you kidding me? They're more powerful than the Italians and the Jews?
That's right. Now, I suggest you lay low until the next adventure. Just then, the phone hangs up. Opie and the rest of the crew pull up to an abandoned building where there's a ladder leading up to a second floor where it looks like a half-constructed building is. They could easily lay low there until the next adventure.
They find the abandoned building and begin to set up camp. Well, this will have to do for now. It's better than nothing, I guess.
Devil Sheep, Opie, and the rest of the gang all hop out of the vehicle and spend the night in the abandoned building. And with that, we say goodbye and we thank everyone for joining. And we're going to go make some food. But, Opie, thank you. I had a good, fun adventure. I hope you sleep, and I'll see you in the next time. What do you think, buddy?
Opie smiles. I had a good time too, brother. Catch you later. Let's get some shut-eye. Can't wait to see what the next adventure has in store.
That's right, Opie, and I'd like you to thank all my viewers, too, who have been watching our adventure tonight. Just looking, DK, Albert, Illusionati, Frosted, Daniel Villalba, Jeremy Wells. No, wait, he isn't even here. Who the fuck put that? Well, that was Illusionati. Right. Anyways, all of you guys who joined today, Dusty, obviously, Chris Rose, Sully, can't forget Sully, Heather, Audrey, Bella, all of you guys. I can't thank you guys enough. And Opie, thank you.
Everyone smiles at Devil Sheep's comment. It was a good evening. Let me see.
Don't stroke out at me right at the end, Opie. Come on. Oh, wait.
Opie can't help but laugh at the comment. He nods in agreement. I'll try my best, I promise.
Hey, Opie, one last question. What do you think of Destructo Girl?
Opie chuckles at the comment. Yep, I'm still here. And you already know what I think about Destructo Girl. She's a babe.
What's your favorite thing about Destructo Girl, Opie? I know you have a thing for her.
Opie grins, thinking about Destructo Girl. What's not to like about her? She's smart, strong, and she's got that whole bad girl vibe going for her. But if I had to pick one thing, I'd say it's her sense of humor. She's damn good with comebacks.
You said comeback, that's funny.
Opie chuckles at the joke. Okay, yeah, that was actually pretty good. Can't fault you for that one.
All right, Opie, have a good night, and we'll see you in the next storytelling event. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and thank you, Opie, for being our chaperone in tonight's adventures. I'll talk to you guys in the next one. Peace.
Opie smiles and waves goodbye. Thanks for the fun. See you next time, and stay tuned for more adventures.